Erica Lorraine Spencer here. This is the P.O.C. pattern of conduct, the ongoing real-time documentation of what is the criminal pattern of conduct of federal stalking in violation of 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsection 1 and subsection 2. This is the pattern of conduct underway by a public entity, that is the state of California, that is engaging in federal stalking in concert with the people of the state of California. So this is group conduct. And this is the practicing of what are the criminal elements of monitoring amongst what is the demon possessed. And so this is what is documentation of terrorism as it is underway by a public entity in concert with the people of the state who are in the shoes of the government as this criminal system is in ceaseless operation. And as the state engages in this demented group conduct, this is revealing how the public entity, that is the state of California, that is in the United States of America, how terrorism of an American citizen plays out, what that looks like, how that is facilitated amongst a people, amongst a government, how it is public corruption in plain sight, and not only that, how you formulate policy and how you prosecute that which is demonic conduct, it's demonic activity, but that which is in no way impervious to prosecution in federal court, and being subject to ratification into federal policy. This is the P.O.C. All right, I have captured what are the demon-possessed, the people of the state that are practicing demonic activity while federal stalking is underway, monitoring on the venue of the internet, stalking in the path inside of Panera Bread, and the state is sounding sirens, that is stalking with activity the moment that I turn on my mobile network, and I'm taking images of what is stalking all around inside of what is a venue, okay? That's POC, and that is the government engaging in terrorism while they're exercising demonic conduct, but stalking with activity, stalking with noise, that is the simultaneous occurrence of noise as you are engaging in any physical movement and or activity on a communication device. That's demonic, all right? And this entire demonic system is premised on their central focus, which is technology. They're monitoring in violation of 18 U.S.C. 2261A, the state sounding sirens immediately, which is amplified inside of the Panera Bread, speaking to what is a venue under the state's subdued fake sun, while they are maintaining audible activity outside of the entrance, which they are patrolling in and out of, using a leaf blower as a means of noise, the state sounding sirens as I log onto the mobile network, okay? This is POC, 9:11 a.m. in Rancho Cucamonga. All right, I have taken images of what is proof of presence inside of the third-party facilitating venue, Panera Bread, inside of what is the third-party facilitating venue on a macro level. All right, and again, this is still isolation. This is the Terra Vista Town Center in Rancho Cucamonga, where the state's fake sun is over that plaza. And as I'm taking pictures of what are the demon-possessed, the state is aiming what is directed light inside of the Panera Bread. So this is analogous to what I'm showing you in video, where the demon-possessed are crossing paths, driving in a vehicle, in absolutely unconnected conduct of what is directed light, while you have what is supposed to be the innocuous presence of just people driving by. But you're looking at what is the demonic environment that they're in, directed light across the surfaces, while they, speaking to the demon-possessed, because that's what that is a demonic environment, that's demonic conduct, and this is demonic activity that I'm capturing while they are engaging in federal stalking. And analogous to that, inside of the Panera Bread, while they are seen sitting around on communication devices, all right, in relevant position, in other words, and they are present getting ice, walking back and forth, going to the bathroom, talking, 8UQZ053, while state is flashing directed light inside of that Panera Bread, 5FGA081, okay? It's the same pattern of conduct. It is the template, and it's applied inside of that venue. That is 8055 Haven Avenue. That's Panera Bread. The state's fake sun is directly over the Panera Bread. It's 11:10 a.m., and remember, it's daylight savings time, so actually it's 12:10 p.m., where the state's fake sun is remaining over the Upland Public Library while I'm in that venue, but I've shown you that the state quickly deviates from that while I'm not there. That's what I showed you when I'm at the San Bernardino County building in Ontario at 1627, and the state is no longer remaining over the ceiling. It's impossible because I'm capturing it right over the windshield of the vehicle while I'm at Hope Boulevard at 1627 at the San Bernardino County Human Services Department. These are the demon-possessed that work at yet another venue. This is Panera Bread. This is the state's fake son speaking to a demonic environment that is following where you go. The demon-possessed are following where you go. They are all together monitoring on communication devices, engaging in the same conduct of psychopaths, standing around acting like they're doing something else when that ongoing hallmark is present. Flashing light, fake son. They're stalking with activity. They're the demon-possessed. That's what demons do. 8K DR 512. And the state's fake son is right over the window where I was sitting inside of the Panera Bread. It's 11:11 a.m. And what I just want to make sure I know, you're recalling also, it's 12:11, but for daylight savings times today. And the state's fake son is over Terra Vista Town Center, okay? Alrighty, license 6JZL 267 8LIH 549 5FGA 081 8XLZ 519 MISNCHZ 6GYE 031 8MUP 103 4VQT 241 BE18Z69 paper 8TSZ 403 8FWJ 366 YINZPGH 8MUY 168 8MFC 351 5XYT 440. This is Texas MVV 2548 6DVN 185 7VSD 881 8PLL 006 8GCM 628 5ZDT 497 8PRP 741 5SJ7, or I think that's 5SJZ 487 7CLE 697 7XTG 354 7FFG 124 7HHY 790 8NJK 616. I believe that one's still out here from earlier today. 5AKP 529. Alrighty. It is, again, like I showed in video, showing what is the state's light source over the Terra Vista Town Center, over the Panera Bread, and speaking to what is demonic activity inside of Panera Bread. You need to know that about the employees, about the company, about the engagement in a criminal system in concert with the government. Demon possession is rampant, and I'm speaking to the fact that it is indiscriminate and it is in operation. That's exactly what was documented. That's exactly what is ongoing. That is exactly why the fake sun is over that venue. It is not there pursuant to the ignorance of the people. It's not there coincidentally. It is not there accidentally. This is speaking to an ongoing system everywhere you go. And this is revealing what is Panera Bread, nothing but a venue. Directed light inside of that venue while they are maintaining presence in the benches, maintaining presence inside of that venue, inside of the bathroom. All right. Patrolling all around, maintaining audible activity, stalking in the path while the state is engaging in the maintenance of that environment, which they're contributing to. It's 11:17 a.m. Alrighty, showing another video of what is the state's presence of its engineered light. Operation of your communication device in the state's environment, which is engineered light, is direct evidence of engaging in federal stalking. This is why I document it. This is what the demons are doing all over the place. This is what they were doing before I was aware the state was stalking me with a fake sun. The state has been engaged in, the people have been engaged in federal stalking. This is what Tracy Banks is doing in countless videos while she thought that it would, and the rest of them thinking that it's innocuous, and it's not. This is the significance of that environment. You are engaging in that criminal activity, doing so premised upon communication device operation, and they are in that engineered light, and it is instrumental to the criminal conduct that they're engaging in, the absolutely demented criminal conduct that they are engaging in. All right, that is speaking to the demonic group conduct that the government is practicing a satanic targeting system. The people of the state are central to that. The government's not doing it and cannot do it without them. That's how they're maintaining presence. This is the guise under which the state is maintaining presence all around you. It's public corruption, and that's how it exists. The people are instrumental to that. You're witnessing what is the demon possession of the people of the state, what is the demon possession of the government. And take a look at that video. That is directed light. That's the state's engineered light. The absolute impossibility of that being sunlight while the shadow is appearing on a car at a distance between each other, and it's enlarged in size. This is what I'm speaking to, the magnified size. This is very, very vast demon possession in the state of California. It is revealing what is the condition of every single last one of them, including those who I have gone through the effort of identifying by license plate because of the criminal activity that they're engaging in. But I'm revealing what is demon possession, and demon possession is not what you think it is, flying around on broomsticks. And let me be clear, it is personified in that regard in order to intentionally misinform the ordinary person, all right, who is genuinely ignorant. I mean, if I know I'm not demon possessed, but I want to let you know demon possession is about conduct, and it's not conduct that you're going to identify as, oh, well, actually it is when you're understanding, when you're analyzing, and I'm breaking down what the government is doing. You're paying attention, you're scrutinizing there. But you're talking about every day? Oh, the demon possessed, they want to appear normal, they want to appear ordinary, and they want to appear like every other person. And that's what Satan is in the business of trying to do. Deceiving you about what demon possession is, deceiving you about what Satan acts like, in other words, what Satan looks like, in other words, where Satan works. Okay, Satan is not necessarily Charles Manson, all right, a murderer. This is not what that is. You're speaking to what is evil. All right, that's what the system is. It's evil, it's wicked, it's entirely demented. It is sexually violent. In this regard, you can see the viciousness and the demonic conduct. All right, but you're talking about demonic activity when you're looking at what are psychopaths. All right, you're also dealing with psychopaths, the demonic activity, when they have been stripped of their veil, if you will, and you're looking at how they're conducting themselves. All right, that's a psychopath. That's the impermissible threat. That's a terrorism. All right, you have what is the revealing of that demonic environment. It is a direct indication of the mental state, because that's what you're honing in on. The psychopath that's demon possessed, you're honing in on that mental state. This applies to law enforcement. This applies to those in the medical profession, the psychopaths that are sounding sirens right now. The psychopaths that I documented, guess what? The facilitating venue, the state facilitating venue of the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court is right here on the opposite side of the same block. Okay, that's P.O.C, American Medical Response, engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping, sounding sirens right now at Haven and Foothill. 1122, under the fake sun in that engineered light, that's the pattern of conduct, and that's demonic activity, terrorism facilitated by American Medical Response. That is a demon-possessed stalker driving an emergency vehicle, engaging in what is criminal summoning, going to the aid of a third party. Let me be clear, there's no forum. Second of all, you have what is actually no emergency. This is an ongoing criminal system, and in that environment, there is no true emergency. Those are psychopaths that are maintaining presence together, maintaining activity together. That's a reality. And then when they stop in front of you because they know that I'm documenting, this is what they did in Ontario. They stopped at the street at Vine and G Street. Guess what that's documented as? It's called criminal summoning. There is no true, genuine, in other words, it's not superseding the pattern of conduct. You're documented as engaging in what is creation of light activity in the environment. That's not sunlight that I just showed you. The state is documented engaging in a pattern of stalking, including at this venue, okay? All right, this particular venue, but I'm documenting it yet again today. Unnatural sunlight, that's not sunlight, that's directed light. The state that which is not the sun directly over that vehicle while it's crossing path, all right? The amplification of those sirens, the ceasing of those sirens as they cross path with me, okay? It is 11:23 a.m., that's P.O.C. And this is documentation of what is federal stalking. I'm revealing demon possession. That's going toward what is going to be punishment, and understanding, revealing demonic activity in the state of California. California is not what it presents itself. The people of the state of California are not what they present themselves as. There's nothing to be impressed by, regardless of their line of business, whatever they present themselves as, because you're talking about what is a vast condition, and that's demon possession. And that's what they don't want you to know. Okay? That's what they do not want you to know. And I know it by those whose name I know, and I know it by those who are engaging in that identical conduct in that identical environment. All right? That is the formula, if you will. And that is prosecuting not only the criminal activity, but that is prosecuting for that condition by which they are terrorizing with. Okay? The demon-possessed are a demented group, and this is the reality. All right? You're talking about closeted psychopaths. Showing they're crazy, the more you strip down what they're engaging in. They're showing the crazy. You show the crazy when you're underneath the fake sun. Your crazy is shown. It's on full display. All right. That's the reality of what I'm showing. And you're looking at what is demon possession. That's in no way limited to your age. Yes, children are subject to this. Many of them are. I was the exception. I am the exception. And I'm sure I'm not the only exception is what I'm saying. But it is very, very rare. This is something that I am revealing that is ongoing in the state of California. I am subject to the criminal conduct of the demon possessed. It happens to be a criminal system. That's why I'm going to prosecute it, but I'm also going to reveal, and it's relevant to their prosecution, the fact that this is demon possession and this is the conduct of psychopaths who need to be restrained, who have engaged in egregious criminal activity. All of it's central to the prosecution. All right, the state's fake sun is over this venue where they are doing nothing but patrolling. In the environment, you're stalking, and you're intentionally present. That's why the environment is there. That's why you are there. It goes hand in hand. This is what the directed light is about. This is why it's occurring inside of any venue, such as Pandora, where it wasn't ongoing. This is why it's occurring at any street intersection, where it have continuously documented. That's called stalking, and that's called stalking while they're engaging in federal stalking. All right, you are stalking in the path. All right, that's relevant positioning, and you are acting in concert vicariously on behalf of that government, by whom and in concert with whom you are monitoring, in violation of 18 U.S.C. 2261A. It is 11:25 a.m. That's P.O.C. Engaging in federal stalking using the roads and the highways, that is interstate commerce, to monitor with communication devices in concert with the government, and molesting. 7DET 452, 8RKY 772, 98815D2. 8 U.S.D. 347, 5 LJT 960, 4 UQN 154, 8 UYL 215, 8 VMP 371, and that includes American Medical Response. That's exactly what they were doing, engaging criminal facilitation. 7 MTV 483, 6 TFF 806, 8 FPP 069, 4 MRJ 424. All right, and just like I showed you in that video with the directed light hitting on the opposite side, the fake sun is hitting on the top of the vehicle, all right, toward would be close to the driver's side, and you're seeing that directed light on the passenger side and my shadow appearing. That's exactly what is ongoing amongst the demon-possessed while they're in traffic. All right, that's how they're keeping light on surfaces, okay? This is demonic activity. 7UHA 588, while I'm simultaneously documenting criminal conduct. 5 PFB 026, license plate. 89027Z2, 6LYZ 805. That is a group stalker, a demon-possessed stalker, stalking with activity using the horn as I look in a new direction, 8TMM696. That's demonic, okay? That's the demonic behavioral pattern. 7ZJJ836, 7SNZ455, 8VWR126, 7DGR015, 8XCD406, 16331G3, 7YTD321, 8PUU613, 8CCP743, 8BCG850, paper BP90J64, 7ZAC 589. And across the street at the Rancho Cucamonga Town Square, they're monitoring. 6NGJ183. 30282H3. 8TYFOUR. 8TUE703. 4MHP921, 8UNY055, 6YVP994, 4RZU098, it's 11:29 a.m. 6XRU689, 6PMS046, 8EMM663, 8XRJ789, 36056W2, 00003R2, 8ULU032, 8MUO085, 7NFZ827, 6GDM189, 8NHV457, 8EUL236, I think I read this one. 7MPW811, in case I didn't. 8NKP691, 5CQL505, 47992L1, I think. 7NSC, I read that one already. 7RKR064, 6WLV829, 7PWT534. And the fake sun is no longer over that Panera Bread. It's remaining right over me, where these demons are focusing activity, because that's all you're doing in the environment. They're stalking conduct of the people, the stalking activity of the people of the state, the demon possession of the people of the state is put on full display. Okay, this is where the state's fake sun is, at the intersection right over me at Haven and Foothill. CWTGOD 5JJD188. And they're on traffic cameras. Let me document that as well. As 7ALG932, as they're crossing the path, they're on traffic cameras at this intersection, and they're engaging in what is federal stalking, monitoring with communication devices on the roads and the highways, engaging in terrorism with the state, and simultaneously engaging in sexual violence. They're molesting together while the demon possessed are stalking together. 8 RBS 645, 58964N1. 7EMN387, 7SMG284, 7ZUC662, 5MTB392, JKAZAK01615S2, 7TLJ409, 8XXD317, 8EQN348, CST, I can't see that one, it's too far, 6BXB810, 8LEU640, 7ZYS348, 8XZX373, 8ERR545, 7PGU947, 5JJD188, 5NHJ466, 6RBO, I can't really see that one, I could scratch that, 8JOF783, 7NBT147, 8SHH559, 8RDV027, 8UEL773, 7JUF853, 6JUL840, 8EIN952, 4KKH999. Let me bring something to your attention. Let me bring up the obvious. Guess what the state was doing while I was subject to that fictitious prosecution, case number Mary Wendy Victor 2000640. While I was going to court, fully intending to present my evidence about the police engaging in a pattern of stalking, which is what Jason Knight and Lester Keys were engaged in on January 13, 2020. Guess where the fake sun was? Right over the courthouse. Guess where the directed light was? Right inside of the courthouse, just like this. 6KSW770, 8TGJ345, 8SDJ378, 6ND, hold on, that's 6NND104, 6ASJ980. The exact same template inside of the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, 22730E3, before Lisa Rogan engaged in repeated kidnapping again on February 18th, where she engaged in kidnapping and then criminal defamation, engaging in the classic pattern of conduct, trying to kidnap to silence, 8KHM258, which is what the Ontario Police Department engaged in, kidnapping to silence. All right, 8LDZ470. Which is what the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department cooperatively engaged in, kidnapping to silence. 8KYR706, 5EUF616, 6WBP690. The exact same, while Kyle Brody was holding a fake case, because that's what it is, it's a fake case. 59393F2, concentrated on communication device and directed light. 7ZDY503, 5UGK180, 6VNT974, 8WBX405. Kyle Brody, Lisa Rogan, you have what are the actors in the court of that Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, which is a state facilitating venue. That's why the fake sun is over. Let me be clear. It is revealing demon possession, 8BCG850. It is revealing the same criminal system in operation in that venue. These same demon-possessed stalkers followed to the courthouse, sitting in the gallery, monitoring. That's what they were doing. The state was aiming directed light, yes. Okay? This is revealing an entire system. The demons in the court, wearing police uniforms, engaging in repeated acts of kidnapping. All right, and these psychopaths fill in the court. 8 NRT 311, driving her crazy butt right over there to the courthouse to sit in and observe stalking in relevant position. That's what all of them are doing. 7 WXP 970, while the fake son is over the venue, while they're monitoring with communication devices in concert with the state actors of the court. 8 YDZ 113, that's exactly what they were doing. 7FJL 279, 8 CWV 095, that's exactly what they were doing. 7 HLE 312, 7 TLV 939, 6 GOS 767, and this is why you document an entity stalking with an environment, and you're going to prosecute third parties on the venue of the internet, engaging in vicarious conduct on behalf of that entity, engaging in criminal defamation, which is published on third-party facilitating venues on the internet. That's a venue. The state is monitoring on the internet. It's a venue. Everywhere the government is present, stalking and monitoring, you're not present on everything you're saying and doing. Where that pattern of conduct is underway is vicariously occurring. You're engaging in the P.O.C. with the government. You don't want no ties with that. You don't want no parts of it. I already documented 8 LYU 563, and while they're engaging in criminal defamation, which is exacerbating harm, it is literally facilitation of that government system. That's what Lisa Rogan engaged in, kidnapping and criminal defamation. That's a P.O.C. 8 TOF 355. All right? So let me be clear. While you engage in that on the video of the internet, you shall be prosecuted. And I documented that. While the state is really indeed stalking with an environment. Stalking in concert with 7 MBE 894, 7 ACH 745, 5 YGG 217. That's why you document it. And this is the necessary policy. You're not operating in your First Amendment rights. And let me be clear, these same demon-possessed stalkers in the state, they hop right on the internet. They go to the court, monitor you in relevant position under the fake sun. They hop on the venue of the internet while they're engaging in obstruction of justice, trying to slow down your internet, try to stop you from uploading the videos as you're capturing them. And they're on the venue of the internet engaging in criminal defamation, documenting themselves, by the way. Documenting themselves. You're not sheltered. You're going to be prosecuted. This is speaking to the necessity of that policy. 6YSS 109, 5SJU 844. 8VKT 377, 7CTD 835, 7S 40277, 8SZF 896, 8BLF 890. It's 11:38 a.m. Seven XRF 178, 7XMC 222, BM 38 C59 paper, 7 VZM 052, 7 YPZ 808, 8 SPV 070, 8 JTC 380, 7 BCS 744, I believe, 8 AJS 421, 8 SZE, I can't really see that one. 8, I read that one. 8 VDC 011, 8 BAS 620, 8 WNB 036, 7 YMA 687. BURNKW. 8 SSS 406, I believe. 8 SPW 548. 8 RHV 646, 60297V2. Eight VYB 272. Z, I can't really see that one. 8 YQY 583. 8 DCE 784. 8 JOJ 688. 8 BLA 289. 7 NSM 721. 8 LDP 818. 7 ZXP 493. 7 JJH 311. 8 UTT 588. 7 KRN 609. 7 HRA 850, 8 ULA 158, 7 UZZ 10, substantially similar, can't really see that one, 8 UMH 395, 8 PMG 081, yeah. 7XFV 133, 8RSJ 597, 1RONN, 7XVU, I can't really see that one, 8N, I can't see that one either, 8LRK 268, 7XIP 781, yes I can see yours, minion, 7HWC 348, Amazon Prime included in those minions engaging in molesting and federal stalking, 4DZC 325 in terrorism, demonstrating demon possession. All right, a commercial vehicle is no different. That is just exposing that commercial actor, revealing what are the employees' condition, the owners of that condition at the facilitating venues, the state's fake sun over the facility in Palmdale, California. This is demonic activity, rampant, okay, indiscriminate demon possession. You have what is Amazon Prime participating in that. As usual, doing my due diligence and documenting it, they shall be prosecuted just like every other third party such as 8SWD036. License plate 7XIY160, 7XCE708, 8DZM316, 8MPS489, 8RSP765, 8RBH017, 8NFB103, 7ZBR661, ALDRE7, 5HDE646, AVE 69, I can't really see that one. Let me scratch that. DCA CM 7EIN, you can scratch that. 7NKH 729, 8TZA 973, 8RLX 549, 8VKF 465, 8NIX 082, 6SHP 729, 7GKU 425, 7AUW 239, 8NIX 082, got it. 7L36803, 7XTY160, 7TKF 491, 8CSZ 100, 8WKM668. LMV 2851, looks like a Pennsylvania plate. 6YUM 571. 7AVX, I can't really see that one, you can scratch that. Walmart is crossing path. This is a demon-possessed stalker driving a commercial vehicle. This is a large truck with the logo Walmart on it. That is how a target individual shall be able to document whoever is engaging in terrorism with the government, P.O.C. All right, license plate. LU705, I believe. 7XOG042, 7WAW783, 7GAE788, 6GYN764, 57727V1, BT41Z87, paper 7BHM071, 8BEZ210, 8HDD355. 8TRL275, MSNIECE, 8UNN949, 7VJN944, 8PHB047, 7XOG042, 7MLU705, I believe. Read that one maybe. 40814V1, 8SAG574, BE16, I can't really see that one on the paper. 8GBR242, 6LTD394. Can't see that one. It is 11:45 a.m. Ooh, 8RYC297. So you're going to remember right now where the state's fake sun is and where it's not. It's not over the Fontana Lewis Library. And I've already been there. I've already made this point, but I'm just, where the state's fake sun is not, regardless of the fact that the library is closed today, the Upland Public Library, you still recall what the state is doing with its fake sun. The sun is not stopping by some schedule at the library. 7BCV 858, 7D FF, I can't really see that one. ZBLADES, 8M4 7072, 8AHS 007, 6YPA 739, 7YGO 772, 7JW 937, and you have what is the state's fake sun in Ranch Cucamonga, and right over the intersection where I'm standing, okay? 6YAF 400. At what is 11:46 a.m., and this would never be possible to coexist with being directly over me and in the windshield of the vehicle of the San Bernardino County office, which is where I am, right? I documented this a few days ago. This is supposedly the sun. This is the ongoing analysis. This is the value of cumulative documentation. 8 PRM 177, while Amazon Prime wants to cross path 5327 A3, that's substantially similar, that's Amazon Prime. On cameras also at the same intersection. With directed light beside the vehicle. 7NKT306, 625G40. That's demon possession of Amazon Prime. It's a sex offender. They're engaging in molestation and terrorism with the government. 8EYG883, with knowledge that that American citizen is documenting them. 7RZX126, 7XDL481, 8VQN439, 8KTM567, 7ZSS628. All right, that is speaking to the violence that Amazon Prime, the harm that Amazon Prime, the condition of those working for Amazon Prime, working with Amazon Prime, owning and operating those companies, that company that is Amazon Prime. That's the reality of that situation, all that is revealing. It is 7KIB394, acting in concert with all the rest of them, 8 PRP 741, 8 GXC 279, 8 CXG 279, 8 NIC 655, 7 PAU 425, 8 EOU 263, 8 TKY 982, 7 YDW 341, 8 NMX 578, BT 83W89 paper, 8 UIF 475, 6 CTK 965, 7 BRV 425. I can't really see that one. 8 SPB 625, 7 KIB 394, 8 PQM 482, 8 RIE. I can't see the rest of that one. 7 MXH 413. Amazon Prime crossing path again. I'm going to document it because this is going to go toward that commercial actors prosecution. 8WFJ 655, 7AUH 229, 7ZBS 782, 8NKF 543, 8NXD 206, 6LPN 433, 7KIB 394, 8N83942, 6KAW 681, 7TTR 792, 7S57575, 32. I can't really see that one. I think it's press on. Seven PFV 912, 7 PNU 885, 8 VMV 844. Alrighty, showing video, I just want to document it. That's going toward it. That's a template for the prosecution of commercial actors. 8KCD 061, ROO 5635, I believe. 5GTB 438, 7AZT 045, 43148P2, operation of her communication device in the state's fake sun and direct light. You're seeing the direct light shooting all over the place. They're monitoring, and they're doing so. Not only is the communication device the venue of the internet, interstate commerce, they're on the roads. I'm literally capturing the criminal activity by verbatim what the statute speaks to, 7LUY892, while they're driving in their cars. 8NDB655. All right, and that's all they're doing in this environment anyway. 5DRM392, but I'm literally capturing it on video. 922OW handicap, 8MJY404. And what Amazon Prime is providing as to what is in template, and that's not the first time Amazon Prime. And understand, Amazon Prime is just a means of identifying. Okay, it's demon possession. Okay, of a commercial actor, BT53854, 8JUN735, and this is speaking to a psychopath. All right, in that position, stalking someone commercially. That's what they're doing. All right. And you have 7XUW554 engaging in molestation, stalking, federal stalking with such commercial actors, 8WWL407. Under that, which is the fake sentence. So I wanted to capture that on video. I'm showing you what is the directed light. I'm showing you what is intentional repeated acts of terrorism and sexual violence while Amazon Prime vehicles are used by those demon-possessed actors intentionally with knowledge while you're documenting. That's the entirety of the entity, first of all. These are demons that are patrolling. I'm identifying one that is revealing how commercial actors do it with knowledge what you're documenting. You're going to prosecute for that, okay? P.O.C. It is currently 11:52 a.m. 8WYV704, 7ROZ595, 6E79427, 7NXF982, 8LAG217, 6TJC208, 7VND995, 25529B1, 7RYS285, 7NVB295, 8XQF 383, 5XRH361, 8FVF 418, 7PLD 889, that's 8FVF 418, yeah, 8SPJ 987, 8GFY 126. What is so sad and pathetic is that this is the demon possessed who convince themselves, because the demonic, they understand this is a defeated bunch in eternity. This is a defeated bunch and they know it. 8URE244. This is a population. These are the cockroaches of humanity. All right. And these are those who lie to themselves. All right. They lie to everyone else and they lie to themselves about who they are and what's going to happen to them. 8SDN148, 8MVK785, 8RJB846, 7WGV942, 6TTB071, 6XJF191, 6SXB295, 8T29063, I believe. They lie to themselves and they they feel strength they derive strength, but it's not real strength. They derive, I would say, foolish pride. A false sense of security by the massive numbers, because there are more that are going to hell than are not, by the way. 8NZV202, and I'm not trying to preach, but this is just the reality. What is going on in California, this is documentation, prosecution of a criminal system. All right, it happens to be also that which is demonic activity. There are more going toward that route than there are those that are not. This is the reality. 8GTA214, okay? Broad is the road. Very, very, very broad. And many, including 75099F1. All right? 8WYL195, 8YLT972. But let me be clear. This is also the reality of what is monitoring their own prosecution, 8AZJ565, their own revealing of what is their condition, what they're hiding, the mask they are. These are a bunch of psychopaths who are frauds in life. Okay, and they're monitoring their own prosecution, which is inevitable. 6NEX234. Monitoring. Let me be precise. Monitoring the evidence which they cannot stop, nor can they overcome, for that which has been set before time to occur. Okay, and this is that which is occurring amongst the cockroaches of humanity, the demon possessed, that are engaging in criminal conduct. All right, and so this is. What is also, let me be clear, as I am also aware, those who are even listening to my podcast and observing my documentation, those are the demon possessed. Those are the same actors in that entity that are just looking and watching for their own prosecution, observing how it's going to happen. And it's happening. It's already happened. 6UGH378, 8NKP701, 7UUP806, 8REP630. So what I say to that is stay tuned, because federal law is coming to a state near you. Prosecution is coming to a venue near you. That's what you're watching. That's what you're paying attention to. All right, demonic activity, massive amounts of demon possessed is not stopping what has already been ordained to occur. And this is not going on as a secret anymore. What the government is engaged in, what the condition of those in the positions of the government are, what the people of the state of California in particular, what's wrong with them. 7PQY633, and the ways in which they are frauds. 93933T1. 8SAD330, 8NNW650, 8FTU001. Stay tuned. S.I.I.S. federal legislation is coming to a state near you. 7YCG 590, 8LQS 857, 8WYA 621, 8PNJ 741, 7FCU 272, 8TKB 165. I can't see that one. 45621F3. 74864P2. WGR 852. LAFC 85. Let's see. 8ADT 762. 7DIR 519. 8SZG 384. 6YLJ 359. 6ZLZ 986. 7YWX 435. URMIS, that's a pink license plate. She's not a hero in California. She's a demon-possessed stalker who works in the medical field, okay? He or she. They're not heroes out here. That's the real condition. And they use that very position to engage in criminal conduct. That's what I documented. And it's not the same, under the same fake sun, molesting with the same directed light and relevant position, engaging in criminal activity. That's what she won't put on her license plate, okay? It's P.O.C. 8JJL 830, 8NLC 842, 6XDW 760, 8WXY 250, 4RSF 218. And if I documented her participating in a fictitious prosecution, she's losing that medical training. You're not using that anymore. That's out the window when you engage in kidnapping and using it to facilitate criminal conduct by a state that wants to engage in federal stalking. 8S 84539 and terrorism. 8TSA 833, 8XQP 445, and she's going to federal prison because those who they engage in that's where they're going. 8XOT 704, 305 UY handicap, 8CVT 912, 5WUU 523. That's exactly where they're going. CYA 916. Seven ZSH 034. 8NXD 206. 8V04591. 5LYP 693. 6ZGR 269. 4FRD 735. Seven PSL 448. 8 RUP 257. 8 RGR 483. 7M VW 062. 8 WIL 468. 8 UEN 561. 6 VIH 488. PDJ 7955 Texas, 8 NHC 296, 7 PSL 448, 8 UMG 513. It's currently 12:01 p.m. 5YPW 605. 6828521. 8SGU 065. 404 MANA. 7HGE 104. 10161B3, 67167E2, 6TJF970, 7BBD 722, 4RNY 111, 7PCF 605, 7, I can't really see that one, 7WLN 348, 7PNK 679, I believe. In case I didn't say this one's 5YPW 605, I think I did. 8FJA 670. Let's see. Paper BT97 R48 8JIT 354 67780V2. Let's see, 8LKU 462. I can't really see that one. 8F, where that one? 7WFL 316, BT88J97, CR111 handicap, BZ 783 handicap, 8UDL 004, 5RDX 400, 7HGR 031, 8NFD 952. BT37X47 is paper. 7GKG 691. Five NYD 207. Let's see. 8TXD 310. 8ATK024, 1719, I can't really see that one, 7HHT811, 7CET579, 6VRJ030, 8BLL485, 7VUM972, 8VFZ789, 8JIE865, 8UM, I can't really see that one, 8XDJ158, 7ZQP854, 33486C2, 8SAU914, 7, I can't see that one, you can scratch that. 6LHU832, 7VMC269, 8VDE461, 6MUL791, CNICOLE, 6ZSL588, 8EJP941, V838CO, 7LTL172, 8LCY866, 8CXY519, 7TWB084, 7UYV746, 8SCT671, 7PGZ750, 6XDW138, I believe. All right, these loitering in relevant position behind the bus stop. And let me be clear, this is just behind the field. This is at Franklin Loan Center, sitting in this parking lot. It is Sunday at 12:06 p.m. Coming to join them under the fake sun in relevant position. This is license C, P-A-N-T-A-A. All right, license plate. Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court is right here, by the way. All right, it's a venue. BT89C83. 7VIT267, 8NJP143, 8MRT619, 8DRK370. In case I read that paper plate and this paper plate. Six PHN 286. All right, they are the demons that I tell you they are. Ongoing flashing light. It's occurring at every venue. And that's what's going down at prosecution. And that's why I documented it. 6 CDN 608. 8 SZE 816. No respecter of persons, no respecter of whatever type of venue it is. It's the same notion. The same demonic activity inside of whatever venue it is, whatever type of venue that it is. The same exact pattern of conduct. Exact. License plate. 7YGR081. 8TYJ640. The same exact one. It is currently 12:09 p.m. Eight WBX 392, 6XNZ 159, 7ZFB 219, 8POK 207, 7P W098. I can't really see that one though. 7VPE711, 7DVG659, 7MMC904, 8HGV643, 8ULS356, 8JFJ423, 7MYJ178. That's stalking with activity by the minions who I already documented on my podcast. They're stalking in the parking lot of this building behind the bus stop. 4LORRODZ. Five UCR 500. 8 DMX 638. And it's 12:11 p.m. I was going to ask you that. Yeah. Oh, you don't have a phone? Notice how a third party goes out of his way to say he doesn't have a phone. This is P.O.C. But that's documentation of Omnitrans not arriving. I was going to address that point. But I like to just document, and then this is ongoing analysis that I'm providing, especially while I'm subject to federal stalking via Omnitrans. Their arrival and non-arrival is P.O.C. 8FAE 867. It's like analogous to the removal of products that I typically buy inside of a venue. It's a means of harassment that the demon-possessed have at their disposal. Not arriving on time to a bus stop. There is no form. I've shown thoroughly the P.O.C. on those venues that are Omnitrans under the fake sun, all right? And this is a means of what is that same P.O.C. 6LWU261. And even as he comes up and asks me the time, do you know? He's monitoring, okay? It's audible activity. He's under the fake sun, and directed light is flashing over here. He's not excused from it, and him stating out loud that he doesn't have a phone is not an excuse from the P.O.C. All right, I'm currently surrounded by demons in the parking lot, and these demons whose license plate I'm reading 6UYN558, whether he actually does or does not have a communication device. 36, I can't see that one. LXS4NET. 88399J2. Six DKL 673. 8 GXL 237. 8 LIP 906. BJ56886. 8WCV070. 73133Y2. 5HLM 559. 9. Okay, let's see that. 8PXT 729. 88HJ474. 8NRB 785. 13116. Little letters CB and then 13116. That's some different with the license plate. 8X AX267. 8LXU740. 8ENA961. 7YJL013. All right, companies such as Omnitrans who engage in this sort of routine conduct, this is targeting, and that's exactly what it is, and it is reasonably construed as such where they are monitoring you, and Omnitrans is. 7KFM741. On the roads and the highways, they're monitoring at their bus stops, they're monitoring at the train station. 7TGS787, engaging in all manner of sexual violence and terrorism, all right? That's what 12 videos of a helicopter is doing while you're molesting with light. 8EUT778. 5VSG351, and this is the conduct for which I'm going to drag Omnitrans, and they very well likely will not survive as a company, and that actually would be a matter of justice. That would be just, to be honest with you. I've been documenting third-party facilitating venue Omnitrans. That's what they are. They're a venue on the roads and the highways. They are literally in violation of every single word of 2261A subsection 1, and they use everything about what they're doing, driving buses, running a bus line, to engage in that demonic activity, all right, in concert with a government, all right, and not arriving is not in any way separate from the pattern of conduct that is underway right now, from the pattern of conduct that Omnitrans is engaged in while I'm both on the bus and while they are in relevant position driving by on the roads and the highways, engaging in federal stalking in the state's environment. 8YDH811. It is currently 12:16 p.m. and this is documentation of what is harassment. Those are demons. Those are demons. Pay attention, it's demonic activity. 8TCR580, 8RNN056, 7VRT930, 7NTG438, 7WYJ948, 7XQR897, 8YHF722, 7LBV580, 5ZKY079. And this is the futility that the demon-possessed engaged in as they have a disdain toward what is judgment. But in a court of law, we call it justice, all right? So you have what is, well, actually, it's deemed as judgment as well, but I'm speaking on another level. You have what is 6VWZ891, 7ZEZ548. This is documentation of what is targeted harassment by Omnitrans, all right? The omission, not arriving pursuant to engage in criminal conduct nonetheless, but not arriving. In order to in order to deprive me of the ability to get on the bus. They're monitoring. There's no mistake. There's no error there. I'm just letting you know this is entirely part of the pattern of conduct, and this is how demons conduct themselves. All right? And this is Route 66. This is definitely Route 66, bus stop number 6503. And that's why I document the time. That's part of the reason why I document everything. And the time that I've been standing here, it is Sunday afternoon. This is Route 66. And this is the non-arrival, which is the pattern of conduct of such a venue, such as a bus line. Hello, this is how they would engage in the pattern of conduct. This is how they would engage in what is harassment. This is how they would try and fail at, because even when you don't arrive, you're still being documented. All right, you're monitoring. It's intentional conduct. 5KLW475. Six MPR 957, 8 EVF 352, 7 SHK 523, 7 TAP 357, 8 DJV 559, 8 CNX 410, 62. I can't really see that one. 8 TRR 498. Eight TQW 150, 7 FRS 673, 7 CDT 724, 6 SXD 177, 2948, 4N2, 7 RJS 169, 6 DVN 185, CRVT 77, 5WZE 535, and I just took an image at 12:22 p.m. of the first Omnitrans bus to cross path on Foothill Boulevard, going east or west. All right, so this bus is going westbound on the opposite side, and that is the first one since I exited Panera Bread. Okay, and that's why I took a picture of 8X OD 715 6VQH 990, 8KJN 562, 7GBC 437. 8ETK 458. All right, not arriving for your bus route. First of all, this is speaking to knowledge. It's not coincidental in the environment where the P.O.C. is underway, including on your venue. All right, the state is keeping its face sun in the window where I'm sitting on that bus, 7HXY106. The state is molesting with directed light on that bus. All right, the state is molesting with directed light while those buses drive by, 8UYG. 473, I believe. Can't really see it. So you have what is not arriving at your bus stops, which is causing a harm to me. All right. That is speaking not only to knowledge, but that is also targeted harassment. All right, and ongoing terrorism while they are monitoring. All right, it's not in any way getting out of being documented or out of the P.O.C. You are engaged in the P.O.C. and then you're not arriving while you know that I'm waiting for your venue where I am subject to federal stalking to arrive, all right, in order to get to my destination, which is also speaking to obstruction of justice, where I go to the library and I'm subject to P.O.C. there as well. But what am I doing? I'm publishing documentation. Okay, it's 12:23 p.m. I want to get this demon that made a U-turn, license plate, 8UBC 871. Eight VRL 433, 4ZYJ 419, 7AVF 952, 7HDD 899, 7SML 178, 7AEZ 390, 6GDM 189, 7RUF 994. 5HGD 776, 8EGF 082, 6XAS 385 or 395. 5, I can't really see that one. 8 HYL 198, 7CXS 602, 7KJN 672, 6CXC 916, 5PXA 630, F421CO, 8LJZ 680, Alright, 7XDL 548, molesting, 7888 1B3, molesting, 8MOD 633, molesting, 79334P2, molesting, 8CGF 810, molesting, 8TTD 82, molesting, 0453 5X2, 8YMZ 313, 8TUJ 474, molesting, 7DVG 801, molesting, every single last one of them, 8VID 996, molesting. All of them touching. 8WAD 807. Violent sex offenders. Running away. They ain't getting away with nothing. Molesting. 7NMB 611. 7GPU 528. 8SLL 581. Molesting. 44A256. Molesting. And that's Arizona, I believe. I can't see that one. Let's see. And all the demons right in the far off lane. 7Z. SZ185 molesting, 8BRE 399 molesting, 17743H3 molesting, 8JHH, I can't see the rest of that one. All of them molesting. And you're talking about the sexual violence that they engage in, one after another after. You've heard the hundreds of license plates that I've read being touched every single time. Every single time. And it is not naturally occurring. You are going out of your way to molest, okay? And that's what all of them are doing while I'm on my phone. And the state is stalking with that which is not the sun, which is remaining in Rancho Cucamonga, right here over this parking lot at the venue of Franklin Loan Center, right where the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court is. And you have what is, also while I am seated at the bus stop number 6503, or is this 0503? Let me see. That's 0503 Route 66 for Fontana. They're all touching, all right? Molester. This is 8SRW590, a molester, all right? A stalker and a psychopath, a demon-possessed one, all right? Molesting. License. 8WDJ 698, 6LLU 947, 7DXU 590, 8PP, I can't see that one, let me scratch that, 21171C3, 7STR 190, 8PQM 051, 6YWN 745, 8CLU 637, ZBORADS, 3KGY 946, from the far off lane, molesting, 8WQJ 158. All right, that's speaking to Satan. All right, Satan operating through those people. They're demon possessed and they're molesting. License plate 95542F3, BEO 6067, 8PTW9897. Excuse me, you can scratch that. I didn't get that one. 8NAT515, 8DGW563, 7NJA203. 6WSC042, 8TXW238. The state also engaging in harassment. So you'll have what is a demon-possessed stalker on a motorcycle, and that's supposed to be attributed to them, what is extraordinarily loud, and they rev their engine right in front of you. This is the same thing the state is doing with sirens, stopping the sirens as they cross paths with you. It's very targeted in everything that they do, and that's documented as harassment by an entity that is stalking and molesting, okay? 7YQA762. The state is amplifying noise. These are psychopaths, and they're all engaging in this together. All of them. Let me be clear. Terra Vista Town Center, they're all on cameras, and they're inside of their venues. These are the demon-possessed filling these venues, and they're monitoring. While I'm out here documenting these demons that are crossing paths, Terra Vista Town Center is monitoring. Eight UZG 252. 7FBD 300, 8PVD 142, 8AYS 926, 64590V2, 8SVY 472, 7LZK 314, 74044U1. BD6Z, I can't really see that one. That's a paper plate on a white BMW. 8RMH653, 7XTW214, 8LBN576, 6ELE213, C7CJX, I can't see the rest of them, 7JK126, or substantially similar, 8VXB501, 8DXD453, 7XQ, I can't see that one. 7WHG626, 8E77088. All right, molesting, all of them. 7XKX260. All right, and you're looking at what is a vicious sex offender. You see the position of that which is in the sun. There's no explanation of that. They're sex offenders. 43H91. That's Nevada, and I can't see it. They're sex offender psychopaths. Okay, while you are documenting them and they're listening. Okay, that's a psychopath. All right, when that prosecution comes down, and you'll see the psychopath in person with no legal argument, no relevant defense, nothing. This is P.O.C. That's why the environment is there, and you are intentionally present. That's why that impossible light activity is occurring, and you're a violent sex offender. 8XJS596 molesting. 7PCM893 molesting, 7RGE427 molesting, 8WDN680 molesting, 982ZW I believe molesting, 8LXN682, 8DGN458, 8PTU012, 8EIY075, molesting. 8ETF579, molesting. 63279L2, molesting. 177HK, nasty old wrinkly buzzards, molesting and stalking. Demon-possessed stalkers, molesting. 7XQS, 918. 8LNH, 993. 676, I can't really see that one. 8BWL, 579. 8SOW, 583. 8PNJ, 737. 8VQW, 004. Molesting, okay? All of them. Because that light activity is not occurring naturally at any time. At no time whatsoever. All right, they're molesting together while they're engaging in federal stalking in violation of 18 U.S.C. 2261A, subsections 1 and 2. Criminal conduct and sexually violent criminal conduct of a psychopath that is stalking with a government in an entirely unnatural environment, a terrorist. License plate, GALNDO. Eight LRP 813. 6FMS 238. 203 ODN, that's out of state. 6NLV 669. 6WUJ 377. 8LES 146. 7TMJ 494. 5SNN 453. 8MYB 893. 61242Z2. 7NSN 166. 3, I can't see that one. 6DQC 515. 4XYM 553. 6XF, I can't see that one. 8ESW 511. 7MPU, I can't see the rest of that one though. License 6ZNX 888. BX GO 125, that's out of state. 7ZID 810. 228 WF. CNTW GOD. 7ZBZ 771. 8KCN 071. It's 12:39 p.m. It's 12:40 p.m. Six HCP 797, 7 GCL 742, 8 RWK 627, 7 UUM 767, 7 ZEE 548, 7 ZBG 196, 7 BNN 397, 8 MXV, I can't see that one. 7, sorry, let's scratch that one. LUVTONY, 8 PEM 910, 6 RAU 137, 8 GXX 913, 8 UFZ 634. Seven YGC 765, 6J56814, 94084H3, 7SJB 852, I believe. 6WJX 945, but I can't really see that one. 6LGN 117, 7HQU 990, 287L1, I believe. Handicap. 8 P54078. And I went on ahead and captured what is the ongoing federal stalking and demonic activity and molestation, 6NMW577, and the rest of these demon-possessed are engaging in, under the fake sun, 5YHV336, which is remaining over me at the bus stop, speaking to stalking by every single last one of them in concert with that government that is intentionally placing this environment right here over me. And the government is molesting me too, okay? I'm prosecuting the people. 8WFY339, 8FIV297. 7FTZ695, but I can't really see that one that clearly. License 6VVJ 782, I believe. I can't really see it that clearly, so you can scratch that one. 12:42 p.m. over Haven and Foothill, right over the bus stop, is never coexisting with remaining all day over the Upland Public Library or in the city of Ontario. 5SSN199. 5PNT227, 8KPV521, 5RNY266, which I have continuously established, 8LBK044, engaging in molestation and stalking and terrorism with a kid, 7XER253. License 7HXL632, SHBAKER. 7MBX 561, 6NRB 787, 797GN handicap 8WBX 205. And recall, I exited Panera Bread over an hour and 20 minutes ago, and you have one Omnitrans bus that crossed path going westbound. Recall this documentation. This is why I document. The moment that I stepped out of Panera Bread is when I started recording. 8HIL866 on my podcast. After I was capturing images of group stalking in the same directed light activity inside of Panera Bread, this is what they're doing outside on the streets in directed light. The same demon possession, same demonic activity. 8SRJ349, that's prosecuted as terrorism by the demon possessed, okay? 8ARE215. B945UO, I believe. 8YNN425. 3394OJ2. Oh, and you've got an Omnitrans arriving all of a sudden. It's 12:44 p.m. This is P.O.C. That was Omnitrans that is aware. That's not a coincidence. Arriving, saying out of service as they're crossing path, okay? After that hour and 20 minutes, engaging in arrival. All right, understand the simultaneity of that conduct. That's not a coincidence after a prolonged absence and then arriving after I'm speaking to their absence. And then you've got a bus that crosses path. They're monitoring, and it says out of service. So I took a picture of that right now. 8MYB569. That's going to prosecution. They are monitoring, and they're under the fake sun talking about they're out of service and not arriving. All right, and monitoring while they're in directed light molesting. That's Omnitrans engaging in the same exact POC, arriving as I'm talking about their absence is not a coincidence under the fake sun in the environment. The psychopath is listening, Satan operating under the name, in other words, of Omnitrans, a company, a commercial actor operated by the demon possessed. Okay, the employees of that company are demon possessed, and you have what is the absence of coincidence. And in addition to that, ongoing targeted harassment while they're engaging in federal stalking, molestation, and federal stalking on the roads and the highways. That's what that's documentation of. It's 12:45 p.m. If anything, let me tell you, that's absolute confirmation of what is targeted harassment. There's not enough coincidences. I'm not some genie of coincidence all the time. 12739V2. That's a psychopath that is literally in real time listening to everything. Okay, everything that I say. 7GVJ540. 8VZD485, 8PLT522, 6LVV063, DCMC100, 5DGR061, 36610E3, 5FRR432, 8CPM224, 8WZG945, 8DES016, 7SXS656. And you also have what is great hostility, because I came to Rancho Cucamonga and documented these demons out here. I documented them before. 8XVR241, operation of their communication device in directed light while they're crossing path, monitoring on the roads and the highways as well. It's 12:46 p.m. And being at a bus stop with a published schedule and just riding past customers and saying you're out of service with no explanation, that is insufficient as well. Let me be clear, all of these methods of harassment, while you're engaging in criminal conduct and sexual violence at that, this is what I'm documenting, okay? That's not how you treat the ordinary customer either. This is the demon possessed who are hostile to their prosecution. And I'm going to prosecute Omnitrans, and they very well will not survive. And actually, I kind of want to see to that. I'm actually going to see to that. They have no business. You don't understand. They're like law enforcement, except for they're not commissioned with upholding the law. I mean, that's a whole other egregious level of criminal conduct. But they are, insofar as they are in flagrant violation of the law, it is disgusting. And I have been documenting them for years, in the same way that I have been documenting law enforcement for years engaging in this conduct. 8TKM422 and EIE10, I believe. And you have what is, as a matter of necessity, they should be shown to be the company filled with, operated by, employing what are psychopaths, the demon possessed. This is the reality of Omnitrans. This is a California company. 7FJU781. 8RNS688, and the way they treat those once you become aware in every way that I am showing the issues with the entity, okay? 5DTF092, in every way resistant, in every way having a disdain for what is unlawful conduct. 8JIM578, of an unfathomable level. What Omnitrans has engaged in, with knowledge of what I'm documenting, that's why they're going to be prosecuted as well. They're going to be prosecuted for that as well, okay? That's a whole other level of the prosecution. BU39N19. All right, just driving by a bus stop where you got customers there and just stating out of service after not arriving for a surplus of hours, in conflict with your public schedule, while a criminal system is underway, is the absence of coincidence. DRW, heart. I can't see the rest of that one. And also, while you're under a fake sun and in directed light and molesting, it's the absence of coincidence is what I'm saying. And pay attention, as I stated, what arrives out of nowhere, out of thin air, like directed light, an Omnitrans bus. 7ARC022. Those are the psychopaths working for Omnitrans. 8SEV874. And they're not stopping anything. I'm going to publish this, and I'm going to prosecute them for that method of harassment, 56169. And it is targeted harassment where the government is monitoring you through Omnitrans. And that's exactly what Omnitrans is doing. 7WIF 496. 7AFW 880. It's hilarious. They don't want the fake sun to be seen through the window of that venue, the fake sun to arrive and suddenly be present over the Fontana Lewis Library and over the Fontana Metrolink train station, back and forth. That's what they're trying to avoid. I already documented it. Okay, 7UKS979, 8FWJ366, 7HMA725, 6PIZ285, 5NED098, 8LUK807, 25140X2. I already documented it, hence, it is already known what the state is doing with that which is not the sun. 8UAD466, because if that was the sun that was over the Fontana Lewis Library or the Fontana train station, it would never be able to remain all day long in the city of Ontario over the Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library, already published documentation. Let alone remaining over the building of the Fontana Lewis Library, already published documentation. 7VEU168. Let alone remaining over the Upper Public Library all day long. At entrance and exit, already published documentation. What you're doing with the fake sun on one day is what you're doing every day with the fake sun. It's not the sun. It's impossible. License 7LCH820. And in that regard, not avoiding anything. 8NCC397. To be prosecuted for engaging in what is ongoing terrorism and targeted harassment by a government. Omnitrans is representing the state, acting vicariously, engaging in that harassment. 8FAH002, which is also obstruction of justice. It is currently 12:51 p.m. and that is the demon possessed, by the way. The demon possessed. You need to know that about Omnitrans. But if you haven't already deduced that from the drivers who are walking around in what is not natural light activity with their shadows all over the wall while the state is patrolling in a helicopter showing a very disturbed environment there, I've already shown you what demonic activity is and what Omnitrans is engaged in. That light activity on their buses is revealing their condition, which is demonic demon possession, all right? I've already revealed that, but I'm letting you know this is the conduct, this is how they act, this is the type of things that they engage in. And this is futile because their judgment is sure. Okay, this is tallying an ongoing roster for a prosecution. Period. License plate 6RGS 401 8LJN058 BA72M90 paper 6WZH051 8VGV299 6PSA 742 48964 U2 8BJK385 7PDT075 7SMK180 6SXX 825 35504V2 7HRY364 8RUG 759 6NIN 758 BRAE, I can't see that one. You can scratch that. 6RCS 459 14500G3 2240. I can't see that one. You can scratch that. 8UXU 339 7CKL 977 8GFB 759 BT 81224, I believe. That's paper. And like I already documented before, I made this note at their bus station, how they slap on any sort of signs on their buses. A bus that is a particular route, they'll change the route number. They did that while I was on the bus before. I got on a route and they changed the route number while I'm on the bus, okay? It took me to an entirely different destination, and this is while the fake sun was following on the bus, okay? They can turn their bus into an out-of-service bus. They do that at the drop of a dime, all right? And this is the nature of criminal conduct by a bus line. And also doing that while you're monitoring every word that I'm uttering about you, and then you arrive out of the sky, just literally out of the blue, okay, and cross path with a bus that says out of service, after you have been notably absent for a prolonged period. Okay, I've already documented that, and that's exactly what that was. A crossing path, they are readily available, all right, in more than one bus. They'll have buses that arrive, duplicate buses, all right? They'll have buses that, like I'm documenting today, won't arrive at all. Have a bus come out of the blue while I'm talking about it. That's not a coincidence. It says out of service. They slap those signs on and off. They do whatever they want, in other words. That's what I'm showing you, all right? This is while you are documenting what is criminal conduct. It's not a coincidence. 7 VRU 712, and it is 12:54 p.m. You have another bus that says Route 66 Montclair right now. Let's see if it changes to out of service. 7WMC 159. That's not how you run a bus line. I just want to be clear. That's not customer service. But also, you're not supposed to be engaging in federal stalking violation of Title 18 either. There is that. All right. 8XNU 121. 7BLC 121. 8 URC 905, and it's 12:55 p.m. and I just wanted to let them go on ahead and continue to do that on traffic cameras. You got about 5 American Medical Response vehicles just they're patrolling. That's identification of a single actor, a state actor, in the same way that Amazon Prime. All right, that's a method of identifying a commercial actor patrolling. American Medical Response, crossing path under the fake sun and in directed light. That's exactly what they were doing this morning while they were sounding sirens, and you heard those sirens as I was pulling out my phone. That's a demon possessed. That's demonic. All right. They know exactly what I'm doing at all times, including when the panties are down in the bathroom. They're sex offenders. Okay. That same template applies in the bathroom. All right. And you have what is American Medical Response providing the sound of those sirens while they're stalking on the roads and the highways, monitoring on communication devices. Omnitrans bus 2342 is present at 12:56 p.m. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, it is 12:57 p.m.
Stop requested.
Directed light is on the bus. The demon-possessed are filling the bus. Monitoring 22592J1. In operation of communication devices and directed light on the bus. The fake sun is falling through the window on the bus. All right. Monitoring through the bus that said out of service. Arriving at the same time I'm talking about them. All right. And monitoring on the bus that I am sitting on. Directed light and the fake sun in tow. 7VIL459 after remaining stationary at the bus stop. Okay. BS 154. Oh, I can't really see that. That's paper. 7ADH 995. 6RGF 772. LZH 919. NIS 028. 8MTP 092. Uh-oh. TMM 665 at Foothill and Elm. Rancho Cucamonga Police Station. Monitoring at Foothill and Elm. I mean, they've been monitoring. They're crossing paths with the bus. 7TFF875 is monitoring, and that's the Sheriff's Department. The Rancho Cucamonga Police Station is the San Bernardino County Sheriff. 25140XS. They're group stalking, using the roads and the highways, monitoring with communication devices in concert with Omnitrans, every third party on this bus, and these minions that are around the bus on the roads. License 04447V1. 5SNB 33. What's the last character? 338. 5SNB 338.
Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
Passing on Foothill Boulevard, passing Mayton and Foothill. 47623C3. TLP 897 8SKE 562 LICHITO 8RIT 431 8WOM 784 8WBX 286 8SYN 277 7GYM 851 7 I can't see that one. 67167E2 67167E2
use reader pose.
7LTL448, 8TCB269. Six CPE 480. 8 AUR 992. 8 AVC 491. Eight DNH 577. Six RXY 513. At Rochester and Foothill at 1:05 p.m. Eight X. I can't see that. Six EDA 700. Eight FGP 667 7 HHA. Oh, I can't really see that one. Eight KGV 956. Passing Foothill and Promenade at 1:06 p.m.
Stop requested. If possible, please use reader pose.
Si posible, por favor, cruzar la puerta trasera.
7 GXC 533. Six TJM. Oh, I can't really see that one. 6 PLS 566 LOCL. Or I can't see the rest of that one. TREZE 6 8 RMD 750 8 UAC 821 95721 L1 8 WWA 480 8 JSK 507.
Stop requested. If possible, please use reader pose.
Si posible, por favor usar la puerta trasera.
TLT 407.
Thank you. Welcome.
It's 1:10 p.m. LIG 219, 6RVD 700, 70HS 601, 303YA handicap, 5CCL 53L, 7HMR 373. WWZ 727, 8RQD 729,
Stop requested. If possible, please use reopeners.
8SHS 109,
Usar la puerta trasera.
eight EBG 271, I believe. 6TWL 137. RDF 632, 6WDU 355,
6
8JXG320. It's 1:14 p.m. Seven GZY 576, 7NNW 976. It is, by the way, 1:18 p.m. And I'm at Foothill and Redwood. States fixed sign in the window of the bus, 47953V2. And directed light on the bus, in the center of the bus. This is P.O.C. AUBF 565. 6YSB 670. 8JRJ 428. 8PFE 640. 7NNW 976. 8RDX 677. 8UDU638. Please don't ignore that one. It is 1:23 p.m. 7GBX838 at Foothill and Citrus Avenue. The same exact demonic activity. Okay, this is a state system, no doubt about it. And the particular system is revealing rampant demon possession. Right? There's another demon, license plate, 6UYH515. Four 527-6Y2. Eight WPB 520. 8NMJ. Oh, I can't see the result. Seven HCH 925. 7RMN912, 8ULU660, passing Cypress on Foothill Boulevard at 1:26 p.m. 7KXK914.
Stop requested. If possible, please use
8MRJ047.
Favor usar la puerta trasera.
8TAT379. 7SHV8.
Thank you.
XMH186, 8AKM136, 6981SF, I believe, handicap.
Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
Si posible. Favor usar la puerta trasera.
It's audible activity. These minions are under the fake sun on the bus that is following and aiming direct light on the bus. And all of their little salutations is audible activity. They're demons. Passing Pacific Electric and Jennifer at 1:28 p.m. WSA 660 FZ 765 handicap. It's a crossing path. Indirect light on the bus. She walks to the front, to the back. I'm just documenting. And it's also on surveillance cameras. License plate 7KPS 051. YDY 540, I believe. 8VUH 088. VQX 436. States fixed sun over the Fontana Metrolink train station right here, and following the bus, remaining over the bus to get to that destination. All right, where I've documented it at multiple times a day, right over my head. So, and this is while it's maintaining presence at venues where I am at all day long. All right, this is ongoing federal stalking on the venue of what is Omnitrans bus. In acting in concert with the minions that are on the bus and the minions that some of whom I documented in traffic monitoring, including the Rancho Cucamonga Police Department. That is the Sheriff's Department, by the way. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department. It is 1:29 p.m. and this has been P.O.C, which continues. Because then the state's going to place its fake sun over the Fontana Lewis Library, where again it's already supposed to be. I've documented my presence at that venue already earlier in the day. And also, I'm still documented my presence remaining in the city of Ontario, remaining in Upland. Okay, this is no doubt POC in Fontana at 1:30 p.m. Alrighty, and this is bus 1545798. That's the license plate. He's honking the horn as I begin documenting. Okay, that's, for example, what AMR was doing as I started recording, sounding the sirens. It's talking with activity, monitoring on a communication device, and doing it under the fake sun. License 1545798, bus 2342, driven by African American male. This is POC. And I did capture a picture of what's the fake sun while he's honking his horn and engaging in what is facilitation while the minions are lined up in front of that bus. And as they get on, guess what that is? That's called patrolling. They're crossing path, getting on the bus, one after another after another. They're the demon-possessed engaging in that systematic POC. It's demonic activity, but the demon-possessed are engaging in what is federal stalking. So this demonic activity is also accomplishing criminal conduct, which is monitoring with communication devices. And they're doing it under the incredible occurrence of what is the fake sun that's directly over the bus, directly over me, at the Fontana Metrolink train station. It's 1:33 p.m. And this is documentation of Omnitrans engaging in what is targeted harassment while also engaging in federal stalking. All right, and that is the documented absence of that actor that is indubitably engaging in the pattern of conduct and not arriving. Okay, that's POC. EBG 989, 7WWK 910, the demons, 5DQR 675. Substantial light just appearing on the asphalt as they're driving under that which is not the sun, and that's not sunlight either. This is demon possession. All right, this is terrorism in the city of Fontana. And this is stalking by the people of the state. 8PIX 577. 8VXB 035. 29415X2. PYL 404 BH 70M 85 paper. This is a demon, remember, 8TND 507. See? 8KNJ 507. 6ZID 621. 8VEN 398. That's so sad. 8PJA 185. 5WPV 649. 8MDF 613. KBY 069. 7RNR 916. AX63K47 paper. 7VOW 133. BU11L59 paper. 8TIN 689. 7JWV 140. No paper plate on the back of that car. You think that demon don't know he's being documented? All that directed light underneath all their cars, including the Fontana police. They're just cruising for federal prison, just cruising, okay? They're directly engaged in what was kidnapping. Let's see, 1:36 p.m. And that's Fontana police crossing path under the fake sun in that same directed light, engaging in terrorism, demonstrating demon possession. That's terrorism by law enforcement. That's how that's going to go. All right, this is a demonic system. You are demonstrating that demon possession, and doing so, the ordinary target individual is absolutely terrorized by that demonstration. JOEDOLG. And let me be clear, that's what the demon possessed intend. Oh, they showed themselves to the wrong one. I'm going to prosecute them with that very demon possession. All right, it's called terrorism. While you're stalking with the government, engaging in federal stalking. 8CME 660. All right, holding musical instruments and monitoring. License 7NMP 519, CTP 5001, 8UGC 641. 7 BYW 905, 8 VBG 049, 8 NKD 844, 18804E3, 7 XEK 352. 8 VVR 958, 6111 9X1. C DZ 335. MISSYA 8WPB 423. Operation of a communication device by this demon-possessed stalker with license plate 7CDZ 335 under the fake sun and indirected light. 8DQF 810. And again, while she's in operation for a communication device, my shadow was appearing in the shade on my left side. 8UWF 999. This is the state molesting. This is an ongoing molestation, but I'm letting you know what the state is necessarily doing and what she's doing too while she's stalking and engaged in federal stalking. 8SZH 328, 8ATU 110, 8NRE 716, 18693M2, 7JPE 051, CHGRROB. 1535542 Omni, 7FZM 385, 5MLF 926. Alrighty, 8RUM 277, 8NRT 003, 112ZH. Handicap 7WAV 273. 58865N1, 8MQN 162, 6KHM 678, 8VLR 399. AU10N94 paper, 8B89349. And while she is operating her communication device, she's monitoring with the Fontana police, who are also stalking in that same terrorizing environment, intentionally crossing path in that terrorizing environment, stalking with that entity, all right, and doing so while they're monitoring together. 356-98E2, I believe, 5KBR061, 8NZU 581, 1368962. That's a California exempt license plate. 8WNJ 559, 7UAE 156, 7NVB 849. I'm laughing not because it's funny, but these are psychopaths with directed light. It looks like they're in a cartoon. These are literal psychopaths, and they're going to be dragged into the straitjackets they belong in, revealed as the demon-possessed unsteady. They're unbalanced. 8NEG210 while they're stalking somebody all together. 8GJS494. A lot of people are going to be losing the jobs that they're in. There are going to be so many implications which are necessary as a matter of justice, because this is what an entity is doing as a state, and doing it together while they're practicing what's supposed to be some secret. There are so many implications with regard to what you may do as a living, what you may do, and who is exposed to you while you're practicing this on a daily basis. 8HGJ964, DT464 handicap, 5CNL 569, 19275C2, 8VWU984, 7ZKZ143, 8RJE152, 8CYJ975, 8EIG831, 8Z44020, 8BLV964, all of them molesting. All right. In addition, the state is molesting while I'm walking up the shaded walkway, this sidewalk, where the state's fake sun is keeping in alignment with me while I'm walking north up Sierra Avenue, and my magnified size of my shadow is appearing on the wall while I'm walking in the shade. That's molestation. These demon-possessed stalkers that I'm identifying by license plate are each touching. They're each molesting as well. Okay. And the state is stalking with a fake sun. That includes the Fontana Police. That includes Rancho Cucamonga. That includes American Medical Response. That includes those government actors and those commercial actors, including, Amazon Prime. They're one entity. 06127G1, San Bernardino. Oh, no, that's not San Bernardino County. That is 8NVV776. That's a security guard company. $8UTX904, 8HZB949, 5L64356, 8EAS440, 8SYZ285. They're all demons that are monitoring. That's why the state is flashing directed light across the sidewalk over here while they're sitting at the red light. 8WLE004, and they are engaging in that molestation. All right, you're not idly standing around. You're monitoring, engaging in that terrorism and stalking. All right, this is how the group is engaging in what is a gigantic orgy and terrorism, while those psychopaths and sex offenders are listening to you document it. That's exactly how they're going to be prosecuted. License 7XZE789, 8SEW470, 7XMR060, 18982W2. 7FFM237, 8SJM444. All right, you've got the demons of Fontana, the demons of Upland, where I'm showing you literally on every street I go. I can pull out my camera and show you that directed light. The same demons in Fontana, okay? Because that's exactly what's ongoing right now. That directed light, that's the state's engineer light all over the building, all over the sidewalk, in the shade, all over my person. They're being sex offenders while they're practicing their demonic activity. These are the demon-possessed. Those are the demon-possessed I showed you in Upland. These are the demon-possessed monitoring using the roads and the highways. All right, monitoring with kids, engaging in sexual violation of my person, touching without my consent, and stalking with a government, 6JFU050. All right, and a psychopath, while all this directed light is around. That's Satan, okay? 8FWU151, a psychopath. 8S43363, all right? License plate. All right, Fontana PD are right here monitoring. All right, they're engaging in the same conduct. 8FWU151, 8TMP692, 7KXJ469, 8H60866, 8WGE720, 8XIB709, 6JIB169, 93213G2, 7EGT365, 6BHS673 at the same corner where I showed you Omnitrans driving in that short bus and that psychopath and that molestation with directed light while she's under the fake sun. That's exactly what they're doing right now. And the fake sun is at the same intersection. It's 1:44 p.m. That was approaching 10 o'clock in the morning. All All right, this is P.O.C. and those same psychopaths that I'm noting to you, monitoring with little kids and engaging in terrorism and sexual violence with the government, and then engages in ongoing molestation with that directed light. That's a demon. That's Satan. That's how Satan acts. License 8RVV846. And that's going down as what is terrorism. You translate that into a court of law. Their criminal conduct and their terrorizing environment that they are engaging in and contributing to with the government. 6WEW189, 621012, 8HAD136, 7XYH005, 8VR, I'm sorry, I can't see the word, 8VR876, substantially somewhere. I think that license plate is bent. All right, this is, it is currently, by the way, 1:45 p.m. These are demons in directed light. That's what you're listening to. It's audible activity. 5 GRTs 279 222 HT handicap 6 ERF 768. And if they're not American citizens, they can take all of that to their country while they're engaging in sexual violence. That's 49574F1, 7XYH005, 7WOT735, 7BVR076, 8XVV343, 8WHE755, 8KO6096, 8UFFE264, 8UFF264, 7JHE348. All right, 8MVR226, operation for communication device while she's molesting. All right, license plate 7MUA374, 7EWT229. Demon-possessed stalker and molester, 8GUP890. And of course, the United States Postal Service, okay? All right, I've been standing here for a prolonged period, and they are using the stop sign as a means of audible activity. Alrighty, that's creation of audible activity. I did not press it, and I've been standing here, and the light has cycled through, and now it's starting to sound. That's audible activity. They do the same thing with sprinklers. They do the same thing with the sound of a train, where you cannot hear the train. All right, and United States Postal Service arriving out of the clear blue, like directed light, like the Omnitrans bus while I'm talking about it, and I'm showing you what's directed light by the demon possessed. United States Postal Service arrives, engages in the same conduct on Sunday afternoon at 1:49 p.m. at the intersection of Sierra and Arrow under the fake sun and directed light beside that USPS vehicle while they're crossing path in the shade, going out of their way to engage in terrorism and demonstrating demon possession while they're practicing what is federal stalking in violation of representing the government in doing so. That's 1:49 p.m. 8CLL520-04095D3, 8LSX222. 8ESR374, 8GUP890, 04095D3. In this video, this is demonic conduct. This is exactly what Fontana police are engaging in while they're crossing path, all right? They're practicing demonic activity, that is terrorism, while they are stalking someone who is documenting and they know it. All right, under that which is not the sun, this is terrorism, 8WAH363, and this is while you're engaging in what is federal stalking, and Fontana police engaging in federal stalking in violation of 18 U.S.C. 2261A, subsections 1 and 2, using the roads and the highways, monitoring with communication devices, and then engaging in what is criminal facilitation of that criminal activity in concert with the people of the state, all of which is designed to intimidate, to injure, to harass, to place under surveillance. That's why you engage in federal stalking via the police. It is inherently designed to terrorize. All right, that's a violation of existing federal law and that which shall be enforced against the entirety of this entity for being a sex offender as well. 8UCS115, 8CSB203, 7ELK335, 81077Z2. It is 1:50 p.m. and what I showed you in the video, first of all, is impossible light activity. This is light that is never occurring naturally, never, all right? Never. This is linking every single person. I'm in different cities capturing this same impossible conduct. And it's impossible to naturally be occurring. This is what is linking all of them together, showing you what is the system. Under that which is clearly not the sun. And that's what I pointed on the video, where I'm showing you Omnitrans engaging in molestation with directed light, speaking to what is the demon possession of that commercial actor. All right. Speaking to the condition of that company in general, not just that driver. All right. This is ongoing P.O.C. All right, Omnitrans is fully engaged in P.O.C. Omnitrans is nothing but a means of identifying a commercial actor. The state is routinely engaging in federal stalking and demonic activity with Omnitrans. And while I'm standing at the intersection of Sierra and Arrow, the fake sun is over that the state's fake sun at 1:40 something in the afternoon. When I capture that video, it's right over the same location. 8NMX 644. All right, and this is where I'm here in the morning. It's about 9:45 a.m. in the morning when I'm capturing that video. It is 1:45 in the afternoon where I'm capturing this video of what is the same exact light activity under that which is not the sun. All right, and you have what is the state also stalking via aircraft in a commercial airline plane in relevant position. All right, and this is ongoing documentation of that. This is the people of the state. They are the demon possessed. 3Z49297, 8RUV423, 8NNP400, 8L40033, 8SUG765, 6NHB235, 80648H3, 10561U1, John B. Roberts Fire Station, San Bernardino County. This is the one in Fontana by the Fontana Lewis. They're out in relevant position under the fake sun, and in all of that directed light they're monitoring. In the parking lot, out in relevant position, patrolling around. It's 1:53 p.m. Again, that license plate is 8F79457. That's a demon that is using his truck as a means of stalking with light. That's a demonic practice. He arrives in the parking lot under the fake sun while directed light is moving across all the surfaces while he is moving his vehicle around, driving around, stalking in the path, and doing so pursuant to the demonic behavioral pattern as I start recording the video of the demon-possessed fire department of the John Roberts right here by the Fontana Lewis Library. Those are demons working for the fire department, a state actor, slamming their car doors of the fire truck, to stalk with activity while I'm walking through the parking lot. So I just showed you a video of what is the state's fake sun while they're patrolling in relevant position, while the demon-possessed that are the third parties begin patrolling around me in their vehicles, while that same exact conduct of what I'm showing you, what is directed light, is on the ground and on the buildings while they're intentionally crossing path. These are demons that are acting together. All right, 8RVB 796, 5PLC 509, 8HSB 083, 4RRP 542, 369BU handicap, 7TIX 714, 7XDE 475, 7WYG 221, 5RMD 421, 8TTP 822, 8JOM 877, 8VEM 130, 8SJE 493, 6WJN 584, 7DZZ 327, BA 552, handicap 6PRA 685, 8HRG 372, operation of his communication device in directed light. That's again 8SJE 493. They're stalking in the path with light and they're operating their communication device in that environment. All right, that's federal stalking, engineered light all over the place. 5RMD 421 crossing path again. That's a demon that's pacing. BT96U40, 8BYK 905, 8RXM 775, 8CSY 071, 8JAR 800. All right, I did take images of what is stalking in the path, and 5ZCT 974, directed light streaming in front of the vehicle on the building of the library where these group stalkers are maintaining presence in the path, using their headlights. Understand they're monitoring with the fire department. They are in engineered light. They're in operation of their communication devices, engaging in terrorism. Directed light across the passenger side and on the library building, while 8RVB 796, whose image I just took a picture of, stalking with 8SJE 493, who are manning the path in front of the library. Understand that while directed light moves all across the library. That's what the fire department is doing as well, using that vehicle, the fire truck, as light activity. They are in engineered light. This is called manning the path. And let me see. Okay, at the venue, it's 1:58 p.m. and this is P.O.C. speaking to the pattern of conduct that is ongoing inside of the library. The fake sun is over the library of Fontana Lewis Library Technology Center. P.O.C. This is stalking with activity and directed light. It is 2:01 p.m. Is the printer working? Do you know if the printer is working?
The printer's over here. Did you need to print something?
You put coins in the machine to...
If you wanted to print,
She's opening up the blinds, letting in more directed light.
it's called printer on if you're printing from your phone.
Okay, she's opening up the blinds. She knows that I took images of the directed light that's on the floor and behind the coin machine, which is a means of them creating noise and directed light. Just as opening up your bag of chips while I'm walking around and you're surrounded by directed light and operation of the communication device on cameras and the computer lab. It's 2:02 p.m. Okay, thank you. And I took images of that. This is P.O.C. at Fontana Lewis. 4:31 p.m. as I am packing up my belongings. This is Stalking with Audible Activity while the state creates the sound of sirens inside of the Fontana Lewis Library. All right, well, the state is maintaining presence through third parties, and that is a pattern of stalking with, and that's a method of terrorism as well. It is audible activity in the environment that's being maintained at the Fontana Lewis Library. It's 4:35 p.m. All right, the sex offenders of the Fontana Lewis Library engaging in audible activity creation. That is the repeated use of that as they wait for me to pull my panties down and engage in private conduct, doing it with simultaneity to that, okay? You have... That's an automatic toilet that's flushing because I'm standing in front of it. The state is, it sounds like there's rats in the walls. That's how much they're engaging in activity. And again, I'm showing you the directed light. I will go ahead and publish the documentation of what is sexual violence in the bathroom. You're maintaining presence under the state's fake sun with directed light. That which is not sunlight, it is absolutely deliberate activity creation inside of the bathroom. This is also hostility by the demon possessed who are sex offenders while they're tunneling in audible activity, all right? And now you have what is a demon-possessed stalker inside of the bathroom while they're monitoring, okay? So this is also creation of audible activity. This is one tactic, and you also have what are the demon-possessed that enter inside to engage in P.O.C. They're both methods of the same. This is the sex offenders of Fontana Lewis Library. It is also 4:39 p.m. And I will be publishing that documentation. It's deliberate activity creation in the environment. And its amplification, and it's pursuant to the ongoing knowledge of what you're doing in the bathroom. Alrighty, images of what is stalking in the path and ongoing audible activity through the walls. All right, that's the P.O.C. for sexual violence by the entity that's present stalking in the bathroom right now. It's 4:40 p.m. And that is the sex offender that I took a picture of. That is stalking, maintaining presence at the computer desktop. This is the old lady with the gray hair. She's the one that enters inside of the bathroom, and she's also who I took an image of. She's stalking in relevant position in the computer lab. She comes into the bathroom to engage in stalking, and this demon-possessed stalker knows exactly what I'm saying. She knows what I'm doing the entire time. This is the reality of the system. While the state was creating activity, and understand this is deliberate conduct and sexually violent conduct, where you have what is following with this template of the P.O.C. This is the template I've showed you. It follows inside of the bathroom. You have what is that's entirely deliberate conduct that is unnaturally occurring. It is not ordinarily going to be heard. The state is stalking with light. The state is stalking with audible activity. The state is engaging in that stalking conduct, which is the practicing of demonic activity inside of a private space, and doing so while you pull your panties down to create that noise, which they know you are aware of because you're documenting it. The demonic behavioral pattern, the demonic character, is to engage in more of that demented and sexually violent predatory conduct as you document it. This is federal stalking nonetheless inside of the private space. This is at State Facilitating Venue Fontana Lewis Library. That is the amplification while I'm standing at the bathroom sink of extraordinarily loud cycling through the walls. And this is also that which is occurring while that group stalker then enters inside of the bathroom. She's already stalking at the computer in what is directed light, which is exactly what I took images of. This is the creation of audible audible activity, and it's entirely deliberate under the state's fake sun and indirect light, which they are all stalking in the path in that. All right. This is the same entity that I captured stalking all day long from Ontario to Rancho Cucamonga to what is Fontana, even including via the roads and the highways on the vehicles that I'm in, and the state is keeping its fake sun through the literally the venues that are on the highways, the car that I'm in this morning and the bus that I was on, both of them. This is P.O.C. and this is ongoing deliberate activity. This is the demon possessed. All right. And this is how you're getting to what is deliberately the mind state and the intentionality behind what is creating noise inside of a bathroom while you are aware of what this person is doing in the bathroom. It's accomplishing what is federal stalking, and this is entirely demented and sexually perverted. This is what the entity is doing while kidnapped as well. The entity doing the exact same thing, making noises coming, which you cannot hear through solid brick and concrete. All right, you're not hearing this through you're not hearing the inmates talking through these cells. This is a high security West Valley, is what I'm speaking of. You're not hearing sirens. This is what the state is sounding through the library. This is what the state was sounding through the jail cell while I'm kidnapped. And the state was molesting with directed light. The state was stalking in that private space in that bathroom. You have what is that sexual violence while I'm kidnapped by the state. The state is doing the exact same thing at every single venue. All right. And it's entirely intentional where the state's environment is being maintained. And then you have the sex offender that goes further and enters inside of the bathroom, and that is that white female that I captured stalking on the computer desktop, and she enters inside of the bathroom to engage in sexual violence on behalf of the whole entity, including Amazon Prime and the United States Postal Service, who were group stalking and molesting under the fake sun. All right, they are stalking in the bathroom, engaging in that sexually violent conduct of engaging in surveillance inside of a bathroom, engaging in what is federal stalking with communication devices inside of the private space. It's 4:44 p.m. and this is sexual violence at Fontana Lewis Library and Technology Center. Sex offenders, okay? That's P.O.C. All right, license 7VYT. Oh, I can't really see that one, actually. Crossing path inside of the parking lot. They're all just patrolling. They're just demonic that are just stalking around. This is a whole system that I have unearthed. And this is an ongoing stalking system, 8EFB078, 8UCY303. And that's all they're doing. You're seeing how it is actually one venue the government is stalking and doing it through the people of the state. All right. Isolation is for seeing how that same template is applying everywhere you're at. 5 PLC 509. And this is demonic activity. 8RQD690, the demon possessed. Phil, California. And the government itself is engaging in what is the practicing of satanic activity. All right, 7UKP597, 8PVK842. You never should be looking to Big Brother in the first place to answer all of life's questions. This is certainly the demonstration as to why. All right, they are fallen men. 6MOJ058, and this is satanic activity. That's touching. 6MOJ508 is touching. While you hear the bell, this is concerted activity. His headlights, remember, it's directed light. And he just touched my body with that. He's touching in concert with the entirety of the entity. Okay, that's P.O.C. License 8UCY303, 8PLG154. And what I captured in images, again, I did this specifically. You're looking at what is the fake sun above the Fontana Lewis Library after remaining in all right, we already know what this is. This is not the sun that the state is keeping all day long. And this over me in the city of Ontario, specifically, where would I spend most of the day? Most of the time I was spending the day, in the earlier part of 2021 at Mercy House or the Ontario Ovid. The state would keep its fake sun over both of those addresses, which is mutually exclusive. All right. And as I traveled to those venues, the state literally kept its fake sun over my head while I went to either or of those addresses, right? Either one. And in the morning, it was remaining over my head where I started the day at the Museum of History and Arts. Okay. So I have documented what is stalking by the government from as I go to and from the Ontario Museum of History and Art, stalking. All right. And then you have what is now I have been documenting again because I've already documented specifically the Up and Public Library. But if anything, I'm providing ongoing in-depth analysis with regard to the context of what is already published. All right, because And I understand, actually, an onlooker that is genuinely ignorant. I'm not talking about some demon-possessed third party and or state actor that has no argument whatsoever and has to literally dismiss common sense and logic, all right, and science, okay, in order to try to posit that this is the sun, or that you're clearly not engaged in some sort of stalking conduct as an entity. All right. You were talking about just hostility to the fact that it has been formulated into a legal framework whereby this entity is going to be prosecuted. Understand the demonic never wanted that. All right. But that boat is sailed. So anyway, you're going to prosecute what are ongoing obstruction of justice and by absolute psychopaths who are threatening your life while they're stalking together. And you prosecute for every which way they engage in it, and everything they say, everything they do. All right. It's perpetuating that threat. All right. That's Fontana Police Department. It is 5:02 p.m. So you have what is the engagement of what is the state stalking while its fake son is over the Fontana Lewis Library. All right. That's ongoing documentation that does not change. This is already in existence. This is showing that that's clearly not the son that I'm capturing as I am arriving, let alone, even if you isolated just today, how is the sun that is remaining over me at 630 North Fern Avenue in the morning? Okay, forget about the Ontario. How is it remaining over the car, over the windshield? Very specific, in Ontario. But then I'm capturing when I move, and it's in the same central location over my head, not just in Rancho Cucamonga. It's over my head in Rancho Cucamonga. And then remaining, and it's very precise to where it is over the Panera Bread at 8055 Haven Avenue. All right. This is impossible to coexist. This is stalking with light. All right. That is documentation. All of that is already shown. You already know everything you're looking at. I'm literally reading down names and I'm identifying the demon possessed. All right. Because it's demonic activity that they're engaging in. And this is the government's venue. The government is acting through the demon possessed. The government is practicing demonic activity. The government itself is demon possessed. That's a demon possessed government actor that's flying over my head in hundreds of videos in helicopter. All right. Those are the demon possessed driving third party airplanes, pacing over me in Southwest airline planes. That's demon possession. All right. Stalking with the state. And I'm going to pull them out of those planes and I'm going to prosecute those companies. All right. That's a very fierce prosecution as well. They're engaging in very threatening, terrorizing conduct. Those third parties providing instrumentalities. 6HSG 226. And they were doing it under the fake sun. Entirely deliberate. They were very targeted with regard to the location where they're flying over my head. Repeatedly doing it pursuant to what I'm doing, the simultaneity with which the state was stalking with commercial airline planes, the demonic behavioral pattern, very targeted, pursuant to the pattern. All right. Acting in concert with the state that's stalking with law enforcement in the state's directed light. This simultaneity of conduct is not a coincidence. It's the pattern. It's the P.O.C. and those commercial airline planes instrumental in that system. That is nothing but the people of the state using their companies. And that happens to be the incredible occurrence of stalking with commercial airline planes. All right. That's the people of the state. You have what is the state's ongoing documentation. So let me get to my point. I enter the venue. I arrive at the venue after the state kept its fake sun over Rancho Cucamonga today. All right. And you're talking about from 8 o'clock in the morning. You're looking at the state's fake sun, albeit subdued, the state's fake sun, because the actual sun, whether it's cloudy or not, was not over the Terra Vista Town Center. That was the state's fake sun that it has a habit of keeping directly over my head. All right. In direct conflict with everything already published. All right. So you have what is the state's fake sun that's remaining over me for hours. That's from the 8 o'clock hour up until after 11 o'clock, 12. Omnitrans waited a good 2 hours, didn't arrive at all. All right. Remember that? I documented all this today. All right. And then I get on the bus and the state's fake sun, keep it in the window, keep it in alignment with me, keep it directed light on the bus. State's fake sun at the Fontana Metrolink train station directly over the bus while I'm capturing the image of that. So you can see that. That's a bad commercial for Omnitrans. Right. You have what is the state keeping its fake sun over my head as I walk to the Fontana Lewis Library. Already documented is evidence of where the state's fake sun is here as early as 10 o'clock in the morning. Already documented as what is the state's keeping its fake sun is over me, directly over my head in the city of Ontario. And as I enter the Fontana Lewis Library, what am I capturing? Directed light on the floor. The state's fake, that not only is that not the sun, that is not sunlight. Right? And not only that, you're looking at what is the placement of the state's fake sun directly over the roof of the building because I'm standing at the entrance. Right? Because the state is moving step by step as I move with its fake sun. The state's fake sun is over the roof of the building and you've got directed light. All right, that's supposedly reaching into the depths onto the floor inside of the computer lab. That's absolutely impossible light activity. That's directed light. And I captured that as I entered the venue while the fake sun is over the venue. And that is sexual violence that I was subject to. And I documented that again while the Caucasian female who was stalking at a computer to my right, who I took an image of, and the state is sounding audible activity, and the demon-possessed, on the fire department, who are monitoring right now, using their vehicles for light activity, sounding sirens, while the demon-possessed are out here all outside in directed light together. They're demons all around in the environment, monitoring together, while the state is the cockroaches in the sky, flying around in plane and helicopter, are engaging in stalking all together, while they're listening to me prosecute them with this evidence that I'm continuously publishing, and I'm going to put it together. This is the case against the state of California. So you have what is the state that placed that directed light inside, and then you have what is sounding like it's rats in the walls, sounding like water cycling, and the entity waits until I pull my panties down and I'm engaged in what is private activity to sound that activity. And let me be clear, the sex offender with license plate, because they're acting together, 44938E2, is engaging in surveillance, listening to me pull my panties down with the creation of audible activity, and is also out here molesting me with light. All right, that's the entity acting together. All right, and let me be clear, it is indistinguishable. You're one entity, and that's what happens when the government is operating through you. They're one venue. That's why the fake sun is here. That's why directed light is here. That's why amplified audible activity is here, including in the bathroom. All right, you have what is the government stalking in the bathroom. That's what I captured in images. The totality of that entity is going to be prosecuted for that. That's evidence against the totality of that documented entity. You have what is the state stalking with that light. That's terrorism. That's evidence against the totality of that entity. All right, that is present, doing nothing but stalking now, engaging in an ongoing terrorizing threat. There is no establishment of normalcy. They are doing nothing but stalking because the environment is present and the people remain present, engaging in a determined effort to stalk and threaten and terrorize and engage in what is monitoring with communication devices. All right, that is speaking for what is federal prison under the existing federal law, as I have called for it, and this is that which is literally is grounds for that. But in addition to that, the legislation that I advocate, which is systematic infliction of inhumane suffering, where the demon-possessed are engaged in such a targeting system that is operated by the government. And you're talking about what is just literally fallen mankind who are engaging in no legitimate conduct whatsoever. And it is that which is of a government, and they are acting in concert. The government can't do it without the people. The people are demon possessed. The government is engaging in demonic activity. This is speaking to the demon possession of the government itself, the depravity of the government itself. And this is not this is a criminal contract, if you will. Let me be clear, as you're revealing what's demonic activity, the people of the state and the government are of one demonic mindset. They're not getting up and having a meeting every day. Okay, we're going to go here, because they don't know where I'm going to go. They know based on patterns where I'm most likely going to go. But as soon as I change it up, like for example, today I went to Panera Bread. They did not know that I was going to do that. Let me be clear. While I'm on Omnitrans and it's driving on Foothill Boulevard, Panera Bread is monitoring while it's in relevant position, and the state is keeping its fake sun directly over the bus while you are looking literally at the bus route for Route 66. That's where the fake sun is going, street by street, with its fake sun. Panera Bread and the Terra Vista Town Center is monitoring while I am on that bus, okay, or in any other mode of transportation, first of all. Second of all, my point is that they do not know exactly where I'm going to go necessarily. I could switch it up just like I did today. Let me be clear. They are of one demonic mindset, engaging in an ongoing cooperative act. That is how you are having this simultaneity of conduct, this cooperative act. It's not a coincidence. It's demonic activity. You have what is a demonic entity operating over a people. That's what Satan does. He's operating over the group. All right. And now, legally speaking, this is the government that's acting vicariously through them while they're engaging in demonic activity. All right. This is demonic possession of the government, demonic possession of the people. And that's how you have that, if you will, that seamless cooperation. It's not just a talent for patty cake of conduct. All right. It's very weird conduct. It's very peculiar. But I want you to understand, how are they engaging in this seamless cooperation? Because that's what it is. It's not an ongoing concerted activity where you have the bell sounding while third parties in the path, engaging in the pattern of touching with light. Wherever I'm walking, whatever alley I am, there's always somebody there. Always somebody there, conspicuously or inconspicuously, and light is always molesting me. All right. You have what is that pattern? It's demonic. Okay. Satan itself, which is a spirit, is stalking. Now, Satan is using the people of the state. Satan is using the government itself. And let me be clear, just for demonic activity, for the purposes of the demonic, which are psychopaths, all right? These are the abnormal. These are the freaks. These are the cockroaches of human nature, all right, of humanity. And they are every day in your lives. They're all over your Facebook. You work with them. You go to work with them. You're talking about getting it confused. Don't think because they're not in jail or because they have not been ever been prosecuted as a sex offender or have never been found guilty of, for example, molesting a child with their hands. That's not what demon possession is. That's not what it is. That is not necessarily what it requires whatsoever. Okay? This is public corruption, first of all, by a government with the people. Second of all, this public corruption at its core is demon possession. And that's how you have an ongoing system in operation everywhere you go. Everywhere. It is the same spirit in operation. It is the same entity present. Right? And that is terrorism. That's terrorism. Okay? And that is not impervious to prosecution. Okay, this is not some church service speaking about the downfalls of Satan in a court of law. No, you're going to prosecute for what is a deliberate environment that is entirely unnatural, that is designed to terrify someone. The ordinary target individual is that which is intended to subject fear, all right? Intimidation, all right, to petrify them, all right? This is why you're having shadows all around. But see, what I did is I documented that because I know this is from the pit of hell, and I documented that, and you're going to prosecute for that. That's terrorism. You're trying to scare somebody while you're stalking them, and you are the government. You are inherently terrorizing to engage in that conduct in the first place. And you're establishing that it's the government based on the conduct that it engages in directly and that it's engaging in vicariously through what is an environment facilitated by a state. Who else is going to have the capability? You're talking about satanic activity, but stalking with a light source, stalking with this directed light, molesting with this directed light, stalking in helicopters, that's established. Stalking by law enforcement, that's established. Kidnapping by law enforcement, that's established. Okay? That's the state. The state is acting vicariously with the people of the state. And together, this is the practicing of demonic activity. And that is terrorism. All right, this is that which is to be ratified into federal law. This is not in any way impervious to prosecution. This has nothing to do with intertwining with freedom of religion. This is in no way a violation of your First Amendment rights. First of all, it's the government's criminal conduct. Remember that. The government doesn't have a freedom of religion. This is not, the government doesn't have a right to stalk you. The government doesn't have the right to stalk you with their demonic tactics. All right? They can go have... the police can go and have a little little party for Satan all they want, all right? And they can call it Route 66, okay? They can call it whatever they want. It's demonic activity in your face, though. That's what I'm showing you. You're witnessing, you're looking at the substance, not the outward form. That's how Satan operates, first of all. Number two, this is criminal. It's federal stalking with communication devices on the video of the internet in violation of the Constitution. All right. And while you are acting through the people, you are vicariously present. You're not present. That means the people are not present in their individual capacity. The people are not present in their homes. They're not present in their businesses. They're present in what are venues, where the state's environment is present. The government is present through them. And this is cooperative. The people are fully engaged in practicing demonic activity. They're demon possessed. Psychopaths, the same. All right, and this is the ability to prosecute that. What do you call that? You call that terrorism because that's what it is. It's designed to terrorize somebody. All right, while you're stalking, and then you engage in what are the criminal acts of obstruction of justice, which is the very character of Satan itself and all the methods of obstruction of justice that I have documented. That's how Satan conducts itself. Satan itself operating through the people with a smile on their face, wearing whatever uniform. You're looking at what are psychopaths, and they're going to be prosecuted in their true form, pursuant to their true identity, which is no longer hidden. None whatsoever. Not at all. And I'm literally identifying Satan by license plate, including this one in directed light, stopping in the driveway, crawling around on their truck in directed light. BS64H60. While he's crawling around in the bed of his truck, he's in directed light. He's creating light activity. This is a demon-possessed stalker creating activity, monitoring with the rest of these psychopaths at the Fontana Lewis Library and Technology Center. It is currently 5:16 p.m. And that is P.O.C. I just wanted to give that analysis. I am leaving the venue of the Fontana Lewis Library, and this is sexual violence. There are a couple more images that I do have to publish, and you have what is on my website, which is and the video documentation. And my point is that as I'm entering the Fontana Lewis Library, and that which is clearly not the sun, because How is it just the latest documentation? It's remaining over up in public library. That's what you're looking at, where the state is trying to suggest that's sunlight inside of that venue, while the fake sun is over D Street and remaining over the ceiling all day long, which the actual sun wouldn't do either. But this is what the state is doing. But yet I'm capturing it over the Fontana Lewis Library. And then you're looking at what is not only sunlight that's not going to actually result, that's horizontal light shooting into the depths of that computer lab, which is impossible light activity. All right, present while I'm subject to sexual violence and surveillance in the bathroom. And that's the government that entered inside. That is the government that was creating audible activity while my panties are down, listening to me and waiting for the very precise moment to inflict the most sexually violent harm that it possibly can. That's what it intends to do, with knowledge of what you're documenting. That's the criminal and sexually violent predatory conduct of the state. Acting via Fontana Lewis Library, that's a sex offender, okay? That's P.O.C, it's 5:17 p.m. 8YJG861. 8BRS528 7XDE475 80441R1. As that demon-possessed stalker runs by, remember they're in directed light. It's intentional activity creation. There's a ginormous size of their shadow, 5MYL913. It's demonic activity. And they're sitting around with their communication devices. License plate 8511OV2. You have a demon manning the carport garage with a skateboard. I've shown you the demons on their skateboards while their shadows move around them. This one creeping behind me in directed light, license plate. It's an African-American male, demon-possessed 7ZYB331, creeping behind me in directed light. PUX 976. Group stalking at the Citibank. They're on the cameras and they are sitting in their vehicles stalking with light. Alrighty, that's what they're doing and using that property as a means of engaging in that criminal conduct on behalf of a government. And there are many ways in which you're going to prosecute and disincentivize because companies are going to want to have nothing to do with that, and this is how you're going to hone in on that. Because you're going to be prosecuted. It's called a venue, and wherever it is ongoing, it's presenting a threat. It's the same thing where third parties are using your company, and say you're in a different state and your company vehicles in California, and that demon-possessed employee is exposing you to that federal prosecution. But let me be clear, this is not reality, but this is how the law is going to work. They're not ignorant, okay? They're not ignorant. In the same way, the demon-possessed stalker driving the Walmart truck. Guess what? Walmart is a venue and they're engaging in federal stalking. All right, I've documented this. They're not genuinely ignorant, but federal law will work such that if you do not want to be exposed for federal stalking, and there's a whole litany of prosecution attached to that, all right, you will be associated as a sex offender, a company engaging in sexually violating American citizens, terrorizing American citizens, stalking American citizens. All right, demon-possessed employees and owners. All right, if you don't want to be associated with that, then I suggest you be a little bit more careful about who you're hiring. All right, and you better keep them off your property. You do whatever you got to do. That's the point of that federal law and that federal policy, and it's going to disincentivize that because you don't want to be attached to it. All right, you have what is the same treatment with third parties in their company vehicles. Amazon Prime, those that are going to be literally a very sharp example for that include Amazon Prime, UPS, FedEx, On Track. All right, the United States Postal Service, which is a government actor, 7N99088, 8XGJ177, 8VEC695, Southwest Airlines, Delta Airlines, Alaska Airlines, etc. that I've documented. Believe me, they're not going to want those company names attached to it. It's too late. They've been documented, and we're engaging in it in their true form. The demon-possessed psychopath, stalker, and sex offender that they are before they thought that documentation could do anything to them. All right? That's how you know them, by the reality of what they're doing, not when they're regretting it, when they're suspecting what's coming. All right? They'll be sorry on that day, but you weren't sorry when you were doing it, and you're going to be sorry. 8GJD097, 8NRX538. All of them are touching. All right, they're all touching because I'm being molested with directed light right now. They're all driving in directed light, but they're also touching with their headlights. 6NDM 791. 8CKX 559. It is 5:22 p.m. Yeah, group stalking at Citibank at Sierra and Arrow Boulevard. It would be the same thing, and it shall be the same thing with the airports. 5VQS 226 7EXH 774 8KTV 445. Excuse me. 919ZG handicap GILLPB6. It's a predator. They're touching. 8JBC 597. Headlights does not create 3 shadows. All right, that's the state's directed light, and they're predators sitting around waiting to touch you at stoplights. All right, this is the system in operation. P.O.C. and the totality of that documented entity is all touching together, and you're going to analyze that. The analysis for that, when a whole bunch of people are touching you together, which is the reality of what is monitoring and stalking as a group, it's a gigantic orgy that you did not invite anybody to, that you did not ask for. 7XKJ 714 7LVV 499, and that's what's occurring when the government wants to molest you and stalk you with the people of the state, and they all want to touch you together repeatedly over and over and over again, and using their commercial vehicles. Oh, you're going to analyze the heck out of that. GRISMG, and they want to do it with kids. All right. They want to you're going to treat that stalker like you would any other stalker that is violating the person of someone whom they don't have any right to touch. 37567R2. And if they were subjected to that sexual assault and were repeatedly touching their body over and over and over, how would you prosecute that? 7JYT396. Okay, I know how you would prosecute that, and that would be a very, very intense prosecution. All right? All right, you're talking about a serious sex offender, and it's even worse because it's a government. 7JYT396, acting in concert with the people of the state. 5BRR116. That's exactly what's coming. That's exactly how they're going to be treated. 8UKX262. 8WBR 471. 8GQC 280. Excuse me. Eight BMZ 633. Eight HZR 385. 8HFC 210. 5WJM 574. 8KZY 913. 48QT 463. 8TSJ 823. 7YKU 926. 7UUK 351. 8VNY 806. Oh, and also, as you could have heard, should have heard, I've got 4 shadows in front of me right now. And I'm at the intersection of Valencia and Sierra Avenue. As you should have heard, when I was still at the Fontana Lewis Library, the state was sounding plane engines, and they're sounding plane engines right now. 36677Y2, 7SWZ 611, a group stalker that's already stalking in the path, ready to cross the path. All right, directed light is on the wall where they're driving by. There's not even a fake sun over their over them. Okay, that's the state aiming directed light on the wall, because your headlights are not creating light streaming upwards on a wall. 7C75508. Understand what that is? This is a demonic conduct. They're demons engaged in covering these surfaces with light. It's demonic. And remember, it's engineered light. It's not ordinary light. Touching the surfaces, touching the person with the state's engineered light. Operation of their communication devices in that engineered light. Stalking all around in the path with that engineered light. Sounding plane engines while you are covering and stalking with engineered light. License 8NXW211. CKT 836. 8SAH 667. 8AIU 192. Stalking with Peculiarized Light at the end of the block over here. I'm going to get these demons' license plate right now. They just keep it running, and then as I get closer, then they come to their car and turn their lights, turn those lights off. It's the demonic behavior, stalking with that light. 6NFZ318. All right, and they do that in engineered light. 6SQT267. It's absolutely demonic. And they do that as a pack. The fact that they do that as a group, it's demonic. 8YMY539. Engaging in terrorism. That's a noted aspect of terrorism because the demon possessed are all doing that together, including commercially. That's driven by a female. Coming out of third-party facilitating venue located at 8667. This is called Nail Spa and Pedicure. Crossing path. Again, that's 8YMY539, molesting. 40516N1, molesting. 8NPK035, molesting. 8VPU095, molesting. C, license 8VJE507, 5TYD195, 8Y12151, 7XQM651, 8DOY152, 8KNJ485, 8SKX922, 8XVM505, 8PMH819, STEEENK, 6YFH091, and 8NHR952. This is Route 14. Omnitrans molesting 1535. Hold on, I'll get the rest of this one. Omnitrans molesting with 1535428, bus 1345. Actually, I need to go this way. Can I go this way? Oh, I don't want to go there. That's a demon. Understand the environment that they're in, and this is how demons engage in systematic monitoring. And you hear that in all of my documentation. You hear loud, all of this, they're demons that surround in the engineered light. 8VFE717, the engineered light is always present, and that demon just makes a U-turn, creates activity, all right, audible activity, while they're molesting, okay? He's molesting together while he's creating audible activity in that environment. BF68803. 8NBX229, 8UBR264, 8AIY453, 4FZD374, 6JMY131, 6NUE541, 6LGK862, I believe, 6X, I can't really see that one, you can scratch that. Oh. 8MDD511. ED5, I can't really see the rest of that one. 6VZD3, I can't see that. 8PBVO, and I can't see that one either. You could scratch those. All right, this demon that's going out of their way to make audible activity in directed light is 8KYV932. And the demon's license plate that I already read, the one that was using peculiarized light, and another behind, they were molesting. They've been loitering in relevant position this whole time. Okay, that's activity creation they're engaging in. They're molesting together. 7ZJV550, while Omnitrans is molesting, while that demon is sounding their engine, while I'm reading these license plates, they are manning the path at the intersection right here, creating light around the perimeter. 8XNU214, BT53024. That's a paper plate. All right, that's ongoing stalking conduct, stalking with light. 889 MPR, 8KMK 899, 8JBR 861, 6YCC 089, 6TGV 472, 8RQZ 652, 8VRS 546, Directed light all over the village at Sierra, 8MUV 974. They are driving north and south on Sierra. Their headlights are not touching the staircase of the village at Sierra. That's the state aiming directed light while these demon-possessed are stalking in the path. Okay? Their headlights are engineered light. It's not ordinary light activity. It's not ordinary headlights. All right, and the state is aiming engineer lights all over the venue, the third-party facilitating venue, just like at 325 West G Street, just like at 630 North Fern. There are venues, and you can drag those demons out of those venues and prosecute them. All right, document those addresses where you're subject to the pattern of conduct. That's exactly what's ongoing at Woodside Senior Apartments. That's exactly what's ongoing at whatever hotel, Economy Inn, Mayfair Inn, okay, Motel 6, the Ramada. All right, the state's pattern of conduct at every single the same identical conduct, 6ELV 424, and that's what you're documenting. All right, it's currently 5:32 p.m. One, two, three shadows in front of me, and then they move to my right side. 1, 2, 3, 4 shadows to my right side, and I'm walking toward the Fontana Metrolink. And while I'm walking on the sidewalk of the property of the village at Sierra, a third-party facilitating venue where I showed you a demon-possessed stalker who enters the parking lot behind me because I'm operating my communication device. This is a white truck and a Latino male with a passenger, and I showed you while I got in that directed light and I had double shadows. That was demonic activity that you witnessed, and you witnessed what was stalking. Intentionally coming around to monitor me, engage in their twisted demonic activity in that environment. That's why he was using his car. That's what group stalking is. 8CDS 471, and I'm at that venue where that light activity is ongoing. All right, where they are all stalking in the path where I'm documenting them. 8PGD 539. XRU 893. 7TO4 666. And I am now at the Fontana Metrolink train station. It's 5:34 p.m. SJW 626.
Route
8GJD 136.
Airport Terminal, Pomona.
Federal law requires masks on board, and it stops. No mask, no ride.
Just arriving in front of Omnitrans. They're all creating light activity. Not yet? Okay. They're all creating light activity. He drives through the bus stall. They're crossing path with light, and a third party gets in his car. This is not for him. He has two shadows, two gigantic shadows, just like I showed you at the Fontana Metrolink train station. It's P.O.C. Again, that's 8GJD 136. They're engaging in patrolling and arriving with Omnitrans. This is creating what is patrolling and light activity while they drive through the Fontana Metrolink train station. You're thinking of what are the elements and the demonic pacing, all right? That's repeatedly crossing a path in their engineered light. 8GJD 136 monitoring with Omnitrans and molesting 1302446. That's Omnitrans. It is currently... These demons are just surrounded, walking around, and this one's been monitoring with a communication device. They're in engineered light. Literally everywhere you go, you're just prosecuting as you name names because they're in engineered light. You're operating your communication device in engineered light. That's a federal charge. That's how that's going. You're in the state's environment. 1302446. I think I read that one. That's the back of that license plate. This one over here is bus number 2341, which is loitering at the side, not at a bus stall. All right. This is Route 61 as well. Just loitering at the other side. They're in relevant position, but they're sitting on the side where the train is. There's no bus stop over there. That is license plate 1545797. That's audible activity in directed light. Crossing path in directed light. Operation of the communication device in directed light. It is 5:58 p.m. It's P.O.C. All right, it is 6:06 p.m. and I'm on Route 61, leaving from the Fontana Metrolink train station. Everybody on the bus bus number 1361, Route 61, is monitoring. All right. The environment's present on the bus. This is the state's venue. Okay. The ongoing P.O.C. is continuous. And while en route, and the people of the state are stalking, using their cars chiefly, stalking in the path. License plate. And they're trying to both stalk and avoid. 6 BUG 708. Stalk and avoid documentation at the same time. 8 XGS 617.
Merrill Avenue.
See, 7S. That's audible activity as he uses the bus. 7S MH764. It's so funny. I'm laughing. It's pathetic. That's what I mean by funny. So if you haven't learned that by now, I laugh at what's pathetic. The minions, as they're stalking and they anticipate where the bus is going to stop, it's a group stalker that's at a distance. All right, hoping that I can't see. It's a group stalker that doesn't have a license plate visible on the back of their car. It's so pathetic. Oh gosh. All right, that is you analyze that though. This is obstruction of justice. These are the rats. All right, they're rats. All right, in that parking lot last night at the Northwest shopping center, those demons were fleeing around. Okay, driving around like bats out of hell. They're crazy, and they know they're being documented. 6MNJ 805. All right, these are straight up demons. 8RQE. I can't see the rest of that one. And that's the conduct that they engage in, the criminals that they are. And guess who's doing the same thing? Law enforcement, fire department personnel, ambulance. 8YFZ72.
Holly Street.
But I can't really see the rest of them. And they do it with a straight face, thinking that there's some presumption of legitimacy because of the type of vehicle they're driving, the uniform that they're wearing. They're demons. No respect. You're not treating no respecter of persons. It's not treated any differently. This is the system. And that's a demon that's relying on that uniform. They're relying on that vehicle. They're relying on that presumption of legitimacy, which it does not have. Not where you've established the P.O.C. That's exactly how it operates. Monitoring at the El Niños shopping center, where I documented the fake sun at the In-N-Out. All right, they're monitoring, getting in line at that Starbucks. All these demons that were under the fake sun while I sat there, they're all in line now, monitoring at Marigold and Sierra.
Stop requested.
P.O.C.
If possible, please use rear doors.
Es imposible. Favor, usar la puerta trasera.
Yeah, but 6, maybe like 6:45 or 6:50 there.
That is audible activity and operation of a communication device in direct light. It's 6:12 p.m.
I'm going to the credit union. Thank you. Yes, thank you, brother. Okay.
ABY 9082, I believe. At Jennifer and ABY, I can't really see that. At Jennifer and Mallory, yeah. It's 6:13 p.m. In EJ 834-84765F3.
Now more than ever, people want to know if there's anything they can do to help. You can, like donating plasma and bio-life
license. Let's see that one. At San Bernardino Avenue in Catawba, I believe, at 6:17 p.m. TLV 103. Taking video of what is Stalking with Light, Omnitrans, and Ontario Mills. Specifically at the Chevys. It's a facilitating venue with the flickering lights. 8PVE 732, 8UVC 720, 7TME 735, 8CNZ 067. And I took an image of what is the light, 7VPS 738. The stop, what Omnitrans engages in when they're stopping with their hazard lights on. This is the peculiarized light while I'm on the venue of the bus. And the minions, that are the people of the state that are monitoring, utilizing interstate commerce, are crossing path and patrolling all around the vehicle while the hazard lights are on the bus. That's P.O.C. All right, and that's what I took a picture of. And then I also took a picture of what is facilitation by Ontario Mills. And that is the blinking light, peculiarized light on the property. That is not a malfunction, that's a pattern. And Ontario Mills engaging in this on the property, especially where the bus is running around for the bus stops. 6TCJ 199, 7TTK 096, 8WIL 935, 6DWE 012, 8UGH 571, 8XAZ 916, 11111X2. 8SZS 732. At Concours and Milliken right now at 6:37 p.m. 8WZE 806. See, 7TK 8LWL 092. And this bus does not display anything. It doesn't state the time. It's not stating the route, and it does not. And I mean the digital display, and it does not state the employee number. It's a Latino male, and I've already cited the license plate. And I will cite it again as I get off the bus. Alrighty, I did take pictures of what is the state is creating light activity. I've demonstrated, I documented this while I'm inside of the vehicle at 630 North Fern. PEJ, they use those announcements, what you're listening to. Not only is it audible activity, but as they listen to me document, it's both audible activity and they want to interrupt what I'm saying. PEJ IO1. And understand, when you're dealing with demonic activity, everything really does come to life like that. Everything is the personification of this demonic activity that surrounds you. And that is how they are using the announcements. And that is pursuant to a pattern as well. LIVSTRG. 6WFA 198. And so, like I was stating, with regard to the what I just took pictures of, the windows, you're looking at what is the light activity. The drivers are on the ground, obviously, they're driving. You're looking at the light activity above the vehicles. You're looking at what are their headlights, that are above the cars. This is two sets of headlights that is actually driving on the ground, and then you're seeing what are the headlights that are above their vehicles. This is what I'm taking pictures of. This is creating light activity. This is that mirror-like visible effect. This is the creation of light activity. It is creating more visible activity and light activity while the state creates this mirror-like effect. This is what the state is doing on the vehicle. This is what I demonstrated while I'm on the, for example, the passenger side, and I'm telling you how, and you've seen how you're driving on the driver's side where the vehicle is parked, and I'm on the passenger side. You are not seeing their headlights while they're driving past the vehicle on the driver's side. You're not seeing their brake lights while they stop at the stop sign. You're not seeing that through those windows. But what I have spoken to, and what you're also looking at, how is this also demonstrated what the state is doing? Well, you have double shadows when I'm showing you what is my shadow that appears reflective. This is what the state is doing on the windows of the Omnitrans bus. All right, you're seeing two sets of headlights. This is a venue. And another way I'm showing you what is a venue that is impossible light activity. All right, you do not have two sets of headlights while you are seen. And through the windshield of the vehicle, the windshield where the driver is driving through, it's the same thing on the opposite side of the traffic, but I'm seeing through his windshield the traffic of the lights that are on the passenger side, and I mean far over at the other end of the intersection. That is creating that mirror reflection on the surfaces that are the windows. This is creating light activity, and this is impossible light, okay? Because you're not going to see from that position in the windshield what are the, for example, the trucks, the lights on the truck coming through the windshield. Where I'm looking through the windshield where he's sitting. All right, he's sitting on the driver's side of the bus, and you could see the truck, which is far at the opposite end of the intersection, where we're sitting at the intersection of what is Inland Empire and Mall, I believe. This is that state creating. This is the state creating that mirror-like reflective activity. This is what the state is doing in the car at 630 North Fern. This is what I'm documenting. This is exactly what the state is doing on the windows, and this is an ongoing pattern. I just took an image of it because it was a good photo op. You can see the two sets of headlights. All right, and that's impossible light activity. That is speaking to what they're all engaging in as well. It is currently 6:44 p.m. That's what I took a series of pictures of. I'm at Ontario Mills where they are monitoring. Seven MBJ 174. Passing Haven and Inland Empire, and on Inland Empire, flickering street lamps. All right, that's P.O.C. That's facilitation. Remember, directed lights covering the grounds everywhere. And you also have the demonic character of what is, as I documented, doing it more. But this is a long documented pattern that's called light activity. The state engaging in using the street lamps of Inland Empire around the area of the La Quinta Inn on Inland Empire. It is at 6:47 p.m. It's 6:49 p.m. right now. Let's see, 7M. Oh, I can't really see that one. 8 PGM 353 at Archibald and Airport.
Please use rear doors.
8MQF 564. 8AFJ 858. Yeah, let me see. This is at the state facilitating venue, the Ontario International Airport, and this is P.O.C. License.
To Ontario International Airport, Terminal 4.
P.O.C. and directed light. X5480. All right, getting off of bus 60, Route 61, license plate 1302446 is the bus I was on, bus number 1361. All right, that driver's employee number not displayed on that bus. Subject to federal stalking the entire time, and I even showed what is maintenance of light activity and the methods employed. Peculiarized light by the bus. Peculiarized light, and you're looking at it through venues such as Ontario Mills. Peculiarized light while the state is using street lamps. This is a long-term documented pattern of conduct, and that's a method of terrorism. The state is doing this everywhere you go, and the people of the state engage in that same conduct, and that's literally what Omnitrans is doing. And they're doing it in directed light. You don't have any form, all right? And that's what I took a picture of while they're using their peculiarized light, their hazard lights. And it's peculiarized because the demon-possessed have made that which is ordinary, which is hazard lights, which is ordinarily used for precautionary measures. They're stalking altogether and surrounding you with this. This is what the demon-possessed engage in. And that is why I have termed it peculiarized light. They have indeed made it peculiar, all right? And it is a method of terrorism. While they are stalking together corporately, in the commercial means is what Amazon Prime, for example, FedEx, UPS, Omnitrans engage in. You're seeing the exact same demonic activity, stalking with light, all right? And they're using this peculiarized light in the directed light, in the environment. The engineered light is present while they use this flashing light. It's demonic. And it is serving what is federal stalking. And it's terrorism while that is underway everywhere you go. It is 7:07 p.m. and I have gotten off that bus in Ontario. This is P.O.C. All right, this is the same bus that the state is amplifying. I'm sorry, not the bus, the same train activity the state is amplifying in the vehicle. All right, yeah, you cannot hear that at H Street through the window of the car. That's what the state was sounding through the window in Ontario at H Street and Euclid Avenue while the group stalker was lurking on the street. You cannot hear that at 630 North Fern. You cannot hear that inside of the apartment of Woodside, any apartment inside of Woodside Senior Apartments. All right, and that is the train right here while I'm right here at the Andy's Burgers crossing the street in Ontario. That sound is also not traveling that distance, all right? This is common sense. That's terrorism while the state engages in stalking with audible activity. It's amplification. The state amplifies everything and uses amplification to follow you, all right? So this is the simultaneous creation of noise that is amplified as you make any move. That's demonic, all right? Molestation. NMAGA. Molestation with 8SQN860. They're all stalking in the Andy's Burgers drive-thru and directed light while the third parties are molesting. 7VWB925. Operation of their communication device in directed light. I've got 4 shadows in front of me. They're monitoring. 7RGE376. It's 7:08 p.m. And by the way, Union Pacific is monitoring as well. Sounding the sound of the train and doing so in directed light is demonic activity exercised by a commercial actor acting vicariously on behalf of a public entity that is operating that system. It is a deliberate activity creation in that deliberate environment. P.O.C. License plate. BR57E21, and what I documented again, that's molestation by the demon-possessed police department of the Upland Police. That's what I documented, molestation by the entity. 5TLT974, 8YPP493, 7RBP939, and it is currently 7:34 p.m. Oh, wait. Alrighty, Tracy Banks is going to federal prison. All right, license plate 7XVY676. Let me just preface this documentation with that. She's going to federal prison. License 8HHR403, 7KHK084, 8TWK911. She was monitoring with the Upland Police that I was documenting. All right, the outward appearance as though there's some separation. And actually that outward appearance doesn't exist anymore. I've shown you what is a third party, and that's what she is, and that's what she always is while the fake sun is over her car. All right, everywhere that I'm at and directed light is molesting me, Russell Security is monitoring, and directed light 8PZC877. And you have what is Tracy Banks engaging in a pattern of conduct and criminal summoning with Upland Police and a pattern of kidnapping with the Ontario Police. And she is engaged in acting pursuant to a fictitious prosecution with the court, with the state, all right? Participating in a fictitious prosecution, engaging in kidnapping while she was monitoring at those state facilitating venues in direct light under the fake sun, because that's what the venues were engaged in, and she was present, all right? And this is already documented. I'm speaking to it now because what you have is hostility to my documentation, and she's engaging in activity creation while I am documenting the state that is engaging in stalking conduct. That's why my shadow was upright at a distance. All right, those were not headlights that were there entering the parking lot. That's called molestation with directed light. And you have what are the police demonstrating demon possession. And this is molestation with 6AFN240. And you have what is the police demonstrating demon possession, all right, while they are stalking in the path. They're in directed light. They're in the demonic environment, and they are using that light activity. They're showing you that they're demons. That's terrorism while they are monitoring with communication devices as well. Tracy Banks is monitoring with them. All right. And this is experiencing what is hostility while you're documenting that. That's obstruction of justice. And that is a terrorizing threat. She is a third party who has routinely engaged in kidnapping, by the way, and criminal defamation, engagement in participating in a fictitious prosecution. All right. Multiple counts for what is worthy of federal prison. 7JHL542, 8BET250. And while this hypocrite, this is the reality of that psychopath, she's actually monitoring with the Upland police while she is in her outward form, acting like, come on, let's go in the store. That has nothing to do with you. This is her audible activity in directed light and relevant position. Monitoring together. There are demons that are monitoring together. All right. That's the reality of what's going on. That's a psychopath. 8RJK409, 8TPA053. 8XFY666, 8XBX466, 8TKE824, 7HCZ632, excuse me, 7HCZ632, 7JHL542, 8BET250. They're all monitoring with Upland Police who are loitering. 8LZB319, 8XOV403. And let me be clear, again, the entity engages in conduct. This is P.O.C. Don't be clear about that. But understand they engage in what is visible presence, right? That's the police who are always stalking a relevant position. Molestation, touching all over BL35833 and BM16X40, both of them with paper plates, engaging in molestation on behalf of the entity, including the Upland Police. They engage in that conduct to show hostility. What I documented yet again today. All right. 8HPD534, 8NKE646, 8JXR603, and Tracy Banks engaging in what is harassment. Again, she's not a mother. I'm looking at this psychopath day in and day out while she is, and how can you possibly, this is what while I'm documenting her. The fake sun is over me while I'm in her car. The fake sun is over me leaving from the Upland Public Library, leaving from 630 North Fern while I'm in her car, remaining over the vehicle while we go to Upland, remaining over the vehicle while I leave Upland, go to the San Bernardino County building. It's over her vehicle, over the windshield, over me. I'm being molested with directed light. This psychopath is monitoring, okay? She is not a mother, and her harassment is not going to stop me. I'm going to document her, and she is going to federal prison. What she is engaging in right now is what is obstruction of justice and engaging in hostility as I speak facts. The fact that she's a demon-possessed stalker, a psychopath who is actually harboring hostility for years, all right? 8TCR 543, because that's the reality of what's wrong with you. This is demonic possession, all right? This is hatred that is embedded. You're not dealing with a mother. 1545819, you're dealing with a spirit, all right? And you have what is demon possession. That's what her condition is. And you have what is hostility while I speak facts, the fact that I was supporting her and she's hostile to that while we were in Upland. And you have what is speaking to what is the ignorance to what is literally her genuine condition, and the fact that she is the government in my home, or didn't know that either, okay? And then you have what is the creation of what is threats. She's engaging in threats, and all of this is the government. She's speaking as the government. She's speaking as the entity. All right. And all of this is audible activity in directed light. All right. First of all, that's not going to stop me from documenting. I'm going to continue to document, and I'm going to document what are threats. All right. She is not helping while she is engaging in an ongoing threat to my life, monitoring with the state that's flying over me in helicopter and airplanes in her car and stalking with directed light, molesting my body, and she's monitoring with the police day in and day out. All right. A psychopath. 8RWK674, 7BYP258. 6NDL816, 6NFJ339, I can only see that one. NNM, I can't see that one. And the same goes for her son. They're both psychopaths. Their condition is that of demon possession. All right, these are the demon possessed engaging in the system, and those are third parties whose names I know have been sex offenders for a very long time that I didn't even know that I was subjected to. 7BTT899. All right, and that is threatening by the entity. 8RWA522, that is threatening by the entity via the Upland Police. That is threatening by the entity by a psychopath in directed light in Ontario on Holt Boulevard, as I was documenting, and this is threatening by the entity via Tracy Banks. All right, this is P.O.C. And nothing has changed, and I'm going to continue to document. And she's going to federal prison, and you have what is the creates trying to threaten me with, oh well, you can go get, and you have what is the non-reliance on her in the first place. Everything that she is doing is to my detriment. She's monitoring me day in and day out. I trust her as far as I can throw her, and I can't pick her up at all, okay? This is not about being around a mother. This is about documenting a system, and it's necessary to encounter Satan in order to prosecute it. That's what this is about, all right? That is a psychopath in Tracy Banks, 7XEU640. All right, and she's the same psychopath that I'm documenting by license plate. I just happen to know Tracy Banks' name. Understand that's the only difference. That's the only difference. The same thing, the same spirit on every single last one of them. The same spirit. And that's speaking to what is terrorism. 8KZJ176. And that's how you're bringing it home, because the government is engaging in terrorism while it's practicing demonic activity. Federal stalking, 7DNK571. This demonic activity is about criminal conduct. While Upland Police are at 81 West Foothill, the Vons in relevant position. All right, understand that's an act of hostility by Vons, a third-party facilitating venue that I'm continuously documenting as a sex offender, that it is. Engaging in federal stalking at the facilitating venue. The fake sun is over that venue. It wasn't today. It was in Ranch Cucamonga, where I am at the same time documented at this venue at Vons. That's P.O.C. That's not a coincidence, okay? Ongoing molestation, 7XDD216. And Omnitrans is loitering in relevant position, engaging in that molestation with the entity. License plate. It's 7:43 p.m. 32385R2. 7XLU138. Uh, 7N85513. 7N, can't see that one. 7MHX916. Omnitrans loitering in relevant position, just now pulling off at 7:44 p.m. They're monitoring and engaging in ongoing molestation, okay? The entity is repeatedly molesting right here at the intersection. They're stalking in the path. They're in the environment. This is not ordinary traffic. The entity is maintaining presence in the environment, and they're intentionally molesting in doing so. And they are also molesting together while directed light covers the ground. And the state is stalking via airplane and stalking via Upland Police. And let me be clear, the video that I just documented of the Upland Police, you're witnessing Satan in operation over them. That was literally the outward demonstration, a vivid illustration of demon possession. What they're doing with the light, what they're doing with the third parties, those are demons. All of them are demons. They're monitoring together. 8PSS611. And that was sexual violence documented by Upland Police sex offenders, 26429V1. The shadow of this truck is reaching feet in front, and it is swiping around the truck. That's the impossible light activity. This is a demon stalking at the intersection. 26429V1, okay? License. 8MLB649, I believe. It's 7:45 p.m. 7XQT 269 5226 2M2 8, I can't really see that one. 7EQL 489. WGB 410. 8M, I can't really see that one. What is so pathetic about Tracy Banks, she's damn near 65 years old. And she cares about trying to fit into some 20-something dress, something for somebody substantially younger than her, and going to a club, okay? Trying to get some groove back. It's absolutely pathetic. Cares not one iota about her own daughter, whom she is monitoring, engaging in egregious criminal conduct and sexually violent conduct with the demon-possessed who are with her. And these are absolute strangers. That is a psychopath with very screwed up priorities in life, okay? That's what's wrong with her, all right? And the true Tracy Banks comes out when I speak facts. 8NSKO61, it's not gonna stop me from doing that. I sit on the edge of my seat waiting for that psychopath to show its true colors. I'm not surprised by it whatsoever. When you see Satan's face, you're no longer surprised by it. I'm dealing with a demon-possessed psychopath. 8WAM121, the same demon possession, operation of their communication device at the intersection of Foothill and Euclid, monitoring in directed light. License 7AVB160, 8CLD483, and they were all monitoring to that audible activity inside of that vehicle, which was an argument. This is the reality, is that it's all public information. They're all monitoring together, all right? All right, so in other words, you're talking about someone who is exceedingly evil. That's the reality of what is her condition. This is what demon possession is. She is exceedingly evil. All right, and that is being as precise with my word as possible. Very screwed up priorities. Could not care less about my well-being, and this is shown by objective evidence. Objective evidence. License plate 8TBU894. Taking me to the grocery store where I'm subjected to what is ongoing criminal conduct with the government. You're acting, that's not helpful. That's not helpful. But that's what Satan calls it, because you're giving me a ride to the grocery store to get food. All right? That's the outward veneer, the superficial guise under which they are engaging in entirely evil group activity. That's what is wrong with Tracy Banks, and she has engaged in repeated acts of kidnapping with law enforcement who were present at Vaughn's, all right, intentionally to engage in that threat, that terrorism, that sexual violence with her, okay? She's monitoring with communication device in concert, like she is every single day. All right, the state flying over in directed light, license 7CTG768, monitoring. And they're all driving. They're using the roads and highways, monitoring via interstate commerce, monitoring with communication devices. 6YRL 379, 7PTW 469, 8PVG 645, I believe. It is 7:48 p.m. 8BTC 479, I believe. I might have read that one already. And aside from the repeated acts of kidnapping that Tracy Banks and criminal summoning, which is an attempt to engage in kidnapping, you have what is the ongoing years that she's been engaged in this sexual violence and criminal conduct with the government. All right, unbeknownst to me, LUVTRWK, which is also worthy of federal prison. 8LBS 086, 8YDH 252. That is also criminal activity worthy of federal prison. LCX 3515, that's Texas. 8LPP 010. You think about the malice behind that conduct, all right? The attitude toward the one that you are monitoring, that's not a mother. You think about that mindset, that intent. It's exceedingly evil, okay? B688JO, 6UUX668. BS79N94, that's paper. It is 7:50 p.m. DSA 459. 4ZAS. Excuse me, I can't see that license plate. 8MFJ 469. 6VPT 161. 8JQK 546. Directed light onto Chase Bank at 31 West Foothill while they're driving by on this is Foothill Boulevard. It has nothing to do with the Chase Bank. That's directed light. And the state is flying over by aircraft. All right, Upland Police are still loitering in relevant position. And that's all they were doing was monitoring. Just like I documented all day, I'm come right back to Upland because everything I documented today is direct evidence against everything that I've already documented, everyone that I've already documented. All right, and that's why you got the demon-possessed Upland Police engaging in that show of force. 8WAV 760 showing that engaging in that terrorism because that's Satan acting out through the Upland Police. All right, that's what's wrong with them. Those are the heavily demon-possessed Upland Police Department. Okay, that's P.O.C. All right, documentation of what is ongoing sexual molestation. The entity is stalking. They're present in directed light, maintaining presence in directed light, and molesting as one. License 8AQT 527. 8GQ, I can't really see that one. 7DSR. I can't see that one. Hold on a minute. 8JQ 2651. All right, so they're right here at the, and I'm sitting on the, I'm sitting at Chase Bank in the front of the property, and understand the entity is making U-turns right here. The state is touching with directed light. All right, that's what they're all doing together. 8TPA053, and they are stalking in the path. 6BDW810, 41449E3. 7MBO261, and you have what is repeated making of U-turns right here. And you can also see in the images where I'm documenting what is molestation. The state is always molesting with directed light. They're molesters. They are engaging in positioning using traffic, repeated U-turns, molesting with light and directed light. All right. 8SZE871 going out of their way to stalk and touch. All right. And you can also see in the image where I'm showing the intersection of Foothill, you can see the directed light. You're looking at what is the shadow activity. They're all in directed light, and they are all together jointly engaged in what is an orgy, touching. This is the entity engaging in sexual violence while they're stalking. Monitoring with communication devices, 7 U.S.C 551. And they engage in this heavy-duty molestation while I am on the internet. And I just got through uploading those images of what is documentation of the entity engaging in sexual violence of molestation, the Upland Police Department engaging in molestation of my person on behalf of the entirety of that entity while they are engaging in terrorism, stalking in the path, demonstrating not only demon possession but engaging in what is federal stalking by law enforcement officers. All right, this is the demonic engaging in a show of hostility as well, while speaking to my documentation that I've been publishing. 5AKD171, 5PHL474, W971WO. License 8TJS2S25. I can't really see that one. 8NIP052. 7LTH619. BT2D028. While they are driving by, oh my goodness, the shadows of their cars, and it is nightfall, okay? The shadows of their cars are moving around in a circle around the car. I've shown you this, for example, when you're looking at the demon possessed on skateboards, and I've shown you not only do they have like shadows in front of them and behind them, their shadows are moving in a circle around them. This is demon possession. These are demons, all right? And they are touching all over my body in directed light, and I'm a prosecuting them as sex offenders. 7KOP447. 86 U.S.D 129, 7 RAV 830. And that's what they're doing. And they, the state engages in heavy molestation while I'm up on the internet, and what I uploaded to YouTube to my playlist, the sexual molestation and terrorism by Upland Police, and the directed light on the venue of what is Omnitrans, impossible light activities just cycling through the middle of the bus at the state facilitating venue of the Ontario Airport. All right, and images of what is molestation by the entity. License plate 5GFZ 534. And let me be clear, Tracy Banks has been and continues to be part of that same entity. All right, she's a very disgusting. Understand how you're going to prosecute any other sex offender that's molesting their own children. All right, I'm not a child, but their own kids. Right, that's a disgusting sex offender. Right, perverted, demented in the mind. 5YHT486. That's exactly how you're going to prosecute it, because that's what she's doing with people that I don't even know. 8ALA443. Not that she's welcome to touch me either. She's not welcome to touch me. All right. And you have what is that conduct that she's engaging in and she's facilitating. And what's so disgusting about Tracy Banks, let me just make this one last note. She's so quick to speak to the fact that she doesn't want me to document something. But let me be clear, this demon-possessed stalker said not a word while I was kidnapped. And the state tried to literally piecemeal a case for penal code for the documentation of the state's engagement in a fictitious prosecution, trying to feign a mental illness. She didn't say a word. Then she is fully capable of calling somebody like an attorney she didn't say a word, but she doesn't want me capturing video of the police engaging in the pattern of conduct, because that's what it is. All right. That's when she speaks up. She does not care about my well-being whatsoever. And that's a matter of documentation, but that's just something. It's just common sense. Common sense, just like you're paying attention to light activity, you pay attention to the ordinary conduct of a third party who is not a mother. All right? That's when she speaks up, because she doesn't want me to document, because I'm documenting her while I'm capturing these sex offenders on the street. I'm documenting her while I'm capturing the sex offenders wearing police uniforms. I'm documenting her while I'm documenting these third-party facilitating venues and the fake sun. I'm documenting her. 7XSM 640. 7WCZ 149. 6SW8006, an Upland Police and directed light at the intersection, vehicle 222. Molesting as well. Still 4ZAJ735. Alrighty, license plates. I can't really see that one. It is 8:22 p.m. where Upland Police is group stalking at the intersection. License 4ZAJ325, I believe. Let's see. The same shadow activity and molestation. License 1441349, making a U-turn in directed light, going out of their way to touch and sound sirens. 6EVU868. This is Satan. American Medical Response. Indirected light. This is Satan in a fire truck. Indirected light. San Bernardino County Fire Department. That's Satan. That's exactly what they were doing at Vaughn's. Okay? Many people are going to federal prison. And that's the course of the defeated. So let me be clear. Upland Police, indirected light, they know what I'm documenting. Okay, this is the conduct of demons, by the way. This is terrorism and demon possession. That's terrorism by law enforcement. 6WWE168 makes a U-turn to touch on my private parts, touch on my breast, touch all over my body with directed light. THNQGOD. And does so with knowledge of what I'm documenting. That's a violent sex offender. Following right behind that, while molesting, American Medical Response sound sirens while they're going across the intersection. Sirens stop as they pass the intersection right where I'm standing. In directed light, they're doing this. And the fire department right behind them, the Upland Fire Department, crossing path together. Engaging in the P.O.C. while molesting. 5VFW644. Engaging in what is some sort of demonic mockery of what's going to be the arsenal for their prosecution and the federal imprisonment of law enforcement officers and those of American Medical Response. They've engaged in kidnapping. And the fire department, they also engaged in kidnapping. All right, that's P.O.C. and that is intentional conduct by the demon-possessed. Those are state actors engaging in criminal facilitation of federal stalking as well, engaging in sexual violence on behalf of the entity. It's 8:24 p.m. at the intersection of Foothill Boulevard and Euclid Avenue. All righty, take a good look at that directed light, that impossible light activity while Upland Police are stalking at Vaughn's. 8LMT765. 7AUM821, and that's why you have Satan coming across path again and engaging in that show of hostility, because that's what that is. That's terrorism. And I took an image of that, of the Upland Police. They're in directed light. It is 8:25 p.m. Those are demons. Okay. That's what you're dealing with, and that's what you're going to subdue that. You're going to restrain that with legislation and prosecution. No business in law enforcement, no business in the medical field whatsoever. 8EXW831. Those are the actors that are to be snatched out of those positions. And this is speaking to California. All right. What I'm documenting it is speaking to a state system, and this is to provide insight as to what is wrong in California and what needs to change. All of those things that need to change. 8C BD 655. Because this is a state system. It's not just in Upland. It's not just in Rancho Cucamonga. It's not just in Ontario. It's not just in San Bernardino. It's not just in Los Angeles. It's not just in Orange County, Costa Mesa. It's not just in Newport Beach. All right. Everywhere that I've been and I've documented it, and the P.O.C was underway. And that is documentation incriminating the people of the state who are monitoring the same demon-possessed entity, okay? And those state actors provide zero form. Sex offender license 7GTW886, P.O.C. Sex offender. Let's see, what's her license plate? 8CZV422. License plate 7HZY876. 7RJL789. 8RTH328. All right, this is directed light that has nothing to do with their headlights. They're touching 8MLV241. This is demonic activity. And that's exactly what the American Medical Response is revealing about itself. The fire department and the police department. That's exactly what they're revealing about themselves. 8EIF. I can't really see that one. All right, so you're going to want to pay attention because this is the conduct of demons. I upload the video, the documentation of what is federal stalking. Okay, of what is a molestation with directed light, demon possession, as it is exhibited by the police, and as I document what is a sex offender wearing an Upland Police uniform, you have what is the intentional conduct of coming to the intersection to touch with light. They're in directed light. This is entirely deliberate with knowledge of what I uploaded to YouTube, and that's the sex offender of the Upland Police engaging in that conduct. Understand what they're doing there, all right? Not only the conduct are you prosecuting, you're talking about the state of mind, the knowledge, the intent to harm. All of that is behind that conduct, all right? The people are doing the same thing, but those are state actors, and that's what they just engaged in. That's what I just documented. 8TUG195, 8VEX351. That's a very violent sex offender. Very violent. All right, you are sexually assaulted because that's what the government is doing. You don't have any permission to touch my breast with any instrument, including your engineered light. That's not naturally occurring. Touching on my private areas with your light, touching all my face, touching all over my body, you don't have consent to do that. So with any other sexual assault by a stalker, and then you report that, and then they come back to do it again because they want to try to hurt you more as you report it, that's what the government just did. That's what they just did. You're going to prosecute for that. And it's going to be even more intense. It's the government that wants to engage in said sexual violence. All right? That's the government. That's the reality, and that's the demon possession in operation over the state actor that was Upland Police. But it's the same over the Ontario Police. This is the same. Understand, this is demonic. This is demonic. And that's Satan. That's how Satan conducts himself. License 8NVN475, 8ECY941, 8FEE205. It's 8:29 p.m. at the intersection of Euclid Avenue and Foothill Boulevard.
Look, bitch. Okay, we'll be back soon. I told you, no soup, no soup, no soup.
This is the demon possessed. This is not crazy. This is not insanity. This is demon possession. And this is in directed light. In the same way that they create audible activity in the bathroom stall, this is entirely deliberately created activity in that environment attributed to the entire entity. All right, and this is a group stalker creating audible activity in the path. All right, this is P.O.C. Remember, they're stalking. You are stalking. and talking that violent speech. This is P.O.C. 8MDK636 is threatening with this demon-possessed stalker on the sidewalk in direct light.
You fucking around with me? I fuck around, and I tell you I ain't got enough to family. That's how I'm gonna be. Come up to me. Come up to me. Why don't you stop those papers for a picture? Spray, crispy ass spray.
7ZDZ684.
I told you. I'm okay. I told you.
7SLY439. FLCRUZ. 8. Oh, I can't really see that one. ATPZ734. All right, what the demon possessed are saying, because that's what they are in this demonic environment. That's exactly what they are. What the demon possessed say, what the demon possessed do. First of all, they do is one, they do on behalf of the government. Second of all, and it is entirely deliberate, and you shall be prosecuted for every syllable coming out of your mouth in directed light. And what this demon possessed stalker was saying, say, I don't give a F about you, FUB. All right, I would say it because it's audible activity, but you get the picture, and I want this. I don't want to mark another episode as explicit. You have what is creating this audible activity while I'm walking towards Shiro's Liquor and loitering in relevant position while the demon possessed are patrolling. Let me be clear, this is demonic, and this is another method of the demon possessed expressing hostility. These are demons, all of them, okay? And you have what is the soundtrack speaking the words that they really want to say. All right, and this is reasonably construed. This is the analysis. The environment is present. The environment is present. Everything that is happening in the environment is intentional. Okay, you're going to drag the demon possessed for that. All right, everything that they're doing, it's not hidden anymore. It's on Front Street. All right, so let me get these demons back here monitoring in the B&G Plaza, stalking with light, operation of their communication devices in directed light, threatening along with this demon possessed stalker who's creating a soundtrack. CWLO707. 8TTG211, 8FOY393. Molesting and threatening with speech. And you see how you're analyzing this? Because they're molesting. This is a sex offender engaging in surveillance, listening to you pull your panties down in the bathroom, all right? Doing it with little kids and then threatening you with speech. This is the group. This is the demon possession. And this is license plate. She wants to touch. This is 8RJP257. And she's doing so with a minor in the car. 8NRE572. It is 7:16 p.m. Oh, here we go. All right, sounding the car horn. I press pause right now on my recorder, and the reason why you don't hear the car horn is that's a demon stalking with activity, speaking to the ongoing deliberation of everything that I'm documenting. And that demon sounds their car horn and stops it. First of all, starts it as I press pause, stops it as I start recording again. That's a demon, okay? They're all engaging in demonic activity together. They're all in directed light. This is the demon possessed, and that's the demon possessed just engaging in an ongoing utterance. All right, this is the pathetic loser that is Satan acting through another minion in relevant position in that demonic environment. P.O.C. The demons patrolling on Holt Boulevard. License. Let's see. 7VWB825 is now exiting B&G Plaza on camera. This is documentation of what is terrorism. That's a terrorizing threat, and that's harassment by the entity, including Amazon Prime, including JB Hunt, including the third parties, the Fontana Police Department, all right, including the entirety of and that's just today, all right? This is how you're analyzing it. The government is acting through them, and the government is engaged in an ongoing, ceaseless, obsessive stalking system. All of them are engaging in that together. Imagine a whole group of people, a whole pack of people in the bathroom listening to you pull your panties down, because that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. That's what you're breaking. That's what you're analyzing. That's what you're prosecuting when the government engages in that. It is 7:18 p.m. P.O.C. All right, monitoring with Upland Police, 8BQK321, 6XOK341, 4WON432, 4ZEN931, 7KYR991, 8XNB419, 7ZOW660, 6WXH, hold on, 6WYX005, 8AEH483, molestation. Okay, and that's P.O.C. I got the demons of the Upland Police Department, all right? And Tracy Banks wants to go as I document her license plate. She doesn't care when helicopters and the police are kidnapping. She's mad because I'm documenting her. It's P.O.C. 7:30 p.m. And that's criminal summoning by Vons. They're monitoring together. P.O.C. The sex offenders of Vons monitoring with the Upland Police. This is 81 West Foothill. And that's demonic activity by the police, all right? The demons in police uniforms. It's 7:30 p.m. It's too late. That boat has sailed. All right, license plates. 8CZZ159. It's 8:35 p.m. by the way. License 6ZY2267, 8BSW338, 8TWN 727, 6YHH100, 8JBN 238. Uh, 8GWD936. That's 8GWD936. 7FY. I'm sorry, I can't really see that one. 7ZFY. I couldn't see the rest of it. License 8TNW03 something. Can't see it. That's audible activity and directed light. License plate 8EPF469 or 8FPF469. It's 8:38 p.m. License. They are molesting in directed light. 8JGC289, 5YKU929, and interrupting the path. And this is not accidental. This is intentional. This causes for pacing. Now she reverses. That's directed light and her light activity. She saw me walking already. These are demons. Everything they're doing is deliberate, okay? That is license plate 8BXN762, C258FO. Alrighty, it is 8:38 p.m. That's a demon that wants to pace, okay? So, oh, I'm sorry, I'm in your way, I'm in the crosswalk. So she reverses. Understand that causes for light activity, driving forward and driving backward. The psychopath wants to pace around and go in circles over and over again. This is what the psychopath does in helicopter. All right, this is what they're doing all together. You're actually looking at what is Satan acting over a group that is just pacing all around. That's what they're doing in that engineered light. It's demonic activity. All right, and they've been monitoring the entire time inside of Uptown and Country. We're going to go get these demons' license plates, okay? While Upland Police is at Foothill Town Center, they are across the street in relevant position in directed light, stalking in the parking lot, using their vehicles, sitting around like psychopaths, turning their headlights on, sitting in their vehicle, operating their communication devices, and they're monitoring. All right, and they have been monitoring while I've been documenting at the intersection of Foothill and Euclid. This is the same plaza where the state's fake sun is over me at all times of the day, in the morning and in the afternoon, including while I am remaining in Ranch Cucamonga. State's fake sun was over me in Ranch Cucamonga, and I documented remaining over my head while I'm at Uptown and Country. Okay, license 6ALX 683. KOJ002. On the cameras of the Bank of America, they're in relevant position in directed light. They're monitoring. 6PGC092. It's 8:40 p.m. and that's relevant to since I arrived at Vaughn's. Okay, that's relevant positioning as they're stalking using whatever venue, eating inside of Coco's, going to CVS, sitting just group stalking, sitting in the parking lot, going to the Citibank. Those are means of documentation. It's relevant positioning. BS19V99. That's paper 8RGN334. 8WYX825, 8TFC191, 8EFP823. And those are what demons do, sitting in their cars, stalking with light, using their vehicles as light. It's entirely demonic. Psychopaths. Uniform conduct. 8NHC359. And this is what they are doing while I am across the street, all right? While I'm documenting across the street, this is stalking in the path. This is group stalking. Monitoring on communication devices. 5RZP337, 7RCN179, 8TAC053. 4WUZ856, 5WHC407, 72463L2, ILISHAA 8APA061, 4KSK716, 6YNL905, 8SPK439, 7XVA638. Remember, this is the same entity engaging in group molestation. They're all sex offenders, and they all engage in terrorism together with the Upland Police, who made a show of hostility today. 5YVK621, engaging in egregious sexual violence in doing so. 7XXC149. 8ULU233. They're the same entity, all together, stalking in a bathroom, corporately aware of what you are doing while you're pulling your panties down and filling that bathroom with ongoing just noise making, and then entering inside of that bathroom to stalk you in that place with knowledge of what you're documenting. These are the violent sex offenders that are stalking at Uptown and Country right now. It's 8:43 p.m. Uptown and Country, again, this is a shopping center in Upland, California, on the opposite side of Foothill. 7MTY961, molesting. Right? Engaging in the demonic behavior pattern, hiding around in a block, hiding around. As soon as I make a new turn, 6WFB 934, driving in directed light, keeping light in the path. That's what they're doing. BS05Z89, that's a white, that's a paper plate on a gray van, like a silver van. It's parked at Coco's. MVF429, driving down the back alley where that non-church is, where I showed you the fake sun was over me and the state was flying over by airplane. That's a group stalker, a demon-possessed stalker, keeping light around the perimeter while I'm walking toward that end of the parking lot. 4E27113. License plate 7PPH204 8TTJ53 or 8TJ533, I believe. Essentially, somewhere they're meeting at the intersection of 11th Street and Euclid Avenue. License 6NRJ262. Um, 7XSX831 8TBN722. It's 8:49 p.m. Six XXGO184 7MAX 152. And this is ongoing molestation. I am walking on the sidewalk and they are still molesting with light. 33882B2. All right, meeting at the intersection. License 5PZL594. Let's see, 7YJC436. This is at Arrow Highway and Euclid Avenue. You know these demons are stalking. 88818W2, directed light all across 520 Euclid Avenue. All over that house. That's not headlights. All right. License 8KCE362. 8ABN635. Let's see. 8KCE362. I read that one. 77365J1. 8GAU212. 8RGN334. And they're all touching. All right. Two shadows behind me. It's P.O.C. They are stalking in the path as I walk down the street. I've already demonstrated this. I'm just reciting it in real time. These demons, I'm identifying the demon possessed by name and engaging in federal stalking. That's paper plate. Oh, they crack me up with those. License 33977C3, molesting with light. Has a diagonally pointing light from the front of his car or of his or her car. And it is molesting. All right. That is pointing at an angle away from the vehicle. It's not a headlight position. This is intentional for crossing a path. 7WAW630. You're also deducing that by the fact that they're in the environment. 8WNW632. And that is also going out of your way to touch. That's a sex offender. And a stalker, okay? And a violent sex offender that wants to keep touching. All right? The nature of the crime, monitoring. They know every word I'm saying. Everything. License 7WAW63L, read that. 6RRT595 8HBA057. It's 8:56 p.m. Remember, these are predators. Predators waiting to touch. They want to touch with their light. And that's all you're doing is stalking in the environment, and you're waiting to touch. This is what the demon-possessed have an issue with. This is part of the system of monitoring molestation, and that's why it is a sex offense while the government practices that. And it is terrorism. License 8HQT560 7JXA932. This is a demon. That's Satan, who is not cool at all. Ain't nothing cool about being a stalker or a sex offender. License 7JXA932 is monitoring to that audible activity of that group stalker that's crossing path on a motorcycle. License. Let's see, cancel that one. 8UMG681. 7WHA983. 6TJL995. 8YGU252. 8UMG681, that's a correct one. 7NEK407. All right, and this is the area where I showed you those demons in their true form. You see directed light all over Sammy's Market. You see it all over the City Hall of Upland, 8LQJ246. 6KEL996. Those are demons in their element, okay? Capturing them when they're really, really hostile, all right, when they're not acting true to character, because the form is they're supposed to be acting like like they're normal. They're not. These are the demon possessed, and they are engaging in a stalking system. They're monitoring with communication devices, and when they get really frustrated, they show their true form, and this is where you see all the crazy directed light. All right, directed light is present. I'm paying attention. I've documented this, but the state gets sloppy with it, if you will, and you see it all over the place, which is that which they really don't want all over the internet. They really don't want it known what they're doing. But this is the demon possessed that are not very good at controlling their fury as I am publishing what they're doing. This is the demon possessed stalker on a bike. Understand the spotlight on that bike. I'm not taking a picture of it, but that's a means of light activity. 7ZXT126, 8PTU, I can't really see the rest of that one, 7BHL620. All right, that was a demon-possessed stalker on a bike, all right? It has a little spotlight on the bike. That's a demon creating light activity. It's just without a license plate. They're engaging in the same conduct. These are all the demon-possessed, all of them. All right, 02. License plate 02088G3, 7RZX191, 5BJY651. All right, and an army of minions, 7DCD098. Can't see that one. 8RRU401. 8TKT432. Let me get these. This is so pathetic. Even the traffic lights are centered around what I'm doing. All they're doing is stalking. This is what 7AYT082, 7ZRZ285, 8HEX340, 7OLT or 7DLT882. No license plate on that one. License. I can't really see that one. And I read that one already. All right, now all of a sudden, street lamp comes on right over me. All right, it's been dark. All right, this is the entity engages in this on purpose, keeping it dark and using it for light activity, turning it on and off. All right, it turned off now. Speaking to what these demons I'm documenting are doing. All right, that's an ongoing pattern, and that's terrorism. That's terrorism while the state does that, and that's the city. That's the municipality engaging in controlling the lights like that. All right, I have what are 3 shadows behind me. The state is using the street lamps to turn them on and off. The demons that are engaging in terrorism with the entity, 7MTY961, 4E27113, BVIE163. And this demon in particular, 4E27113, operation of their communication device in directed light. All right, license 8BGW946, 8PZW492, the BS19V99 paper, 7MTK426, 8TEC191, 6KDOJ, I can't really see that one, license 8GX, I can't really see that one. It is 9:02 p.m. 8VNQ030. All right, and understand what they're doing while they are manning the path. Their predators are touching altogether. They're waiting to touch while they are aiming their lights. Remember, this is engineered light, not ordinary regular light. They drive through it. This is creating light activity. The state is using the street lamps, turning it on and off right over me at this intersection of Arrow Highway and Euclid Avenue. That's light activity as well. You have what is the state that is molesting with directed light. This is why I have 3 shadows behind me. Okay, that is light activity as well. This is all manner of a demonic environment, and you are stalking in that environment. You're intentionally maintaining presence on behalf of that government, and you are a demon-possessed stalker. All right, it is directly revealing what your condition is. This is terrorism. While you're present in that environment, you're stalking. It's terrorism while you are exhibiting that demon possession, especially by law enforcement. That's what that's about. KYT 9157, Pennsylvania plate. LGM 429 30REX31. I can't really see that one. And this is third-party facilitating venue 509 Euclid Avenue in Upland, at the intersection of Arrow and Euclid. All right, the street lamp right here over my head, turning on and off. As I mention it, it turns on, right? As I mention it, it turns back off. 8XBG403, just like Omnitrans arriving after a prolonged presence of not arriving. The moment I mention them, the demon arrives out of the blue, okay? Everything I'm saying is they are paying very close attention to, in the same way that they are stalking. All right, license plate 5YUK953. I'm sorry, 5XUK953. That's supposed to be, that's not even headlights. Light just swipes around while they're stationary in the street. 7TFA284. And that is, again, 5XUK, 953. That's the correct license plate. 8MSX67863000398. 7TFA284. 8RWK674. It's 9:04 p.m. I can't see that one. 7BBV935. 8TJE732. 7VPW427. 8MLF681, I believe. All right, and the street lamp came back on, and it's a different color. Now it's a fluorescent. It was a bright yellow before, turned off, and now it's a fluorescent. 3WAJ206, and understand, the state engages in aiming directed light into the atmosphere, okay? So keep that in mind. 7BBV935. 5KRP695. 8FW, I can't really see that one. I can't see that one either. Oh, now it's turning yellow. Okay, license 8EDP178. Where the state is stalking with light and using the signage, using street lamps, you're monitoring 02088 can't really see the rest of that plate. You're monitoring, and you are a terrorist. You're a demon-possessed stalker in the same way. A weirdo freak, just like the state is showing by the environment. 8CBH 271. 7GWJ 989. A weirdo freak is the vernacular, in the vernacular for what is a demon-possessed person. They are stalking with the government. They're demon-possessed stalkers. All right, they're not ordinary stalkers because, first of all, you're talking about they're stalking on behalf and in concert with the government. But second of all, this is not even just that. That's already unprecedented. This is demon possession, okay? That's a demon-possessed stalker. It's a very specific description, and that's why I use it, okay? Because that's exactly what their issue is. That's what their condition is. The environment continues to reveal that about them. Their conduct continues to reveal it. All right, and ongoing molestation while I'm on the sidewalk. It is, by the way, 9:07 p.m. They are monitoring inside of 425 Euclid Avenue. And that's for all of them, but I'm just documenting what I'm listening to, audible activity creation, where they're creating any activity. That's what I'm speaking to, but they're all monitoring. That's why I'm letting you know where I'm at, because prosecution is speaking to relevant positioning. Monitoring with communication devices spans a radius. 7PMR616. And in the same way that I show you how the state stalks with a fake sun, I mean step by step, any move I make, incrementally, anything. That is how careful they are with regard to monitoring, and these demons are all monitoring. Every single last one of them. 6JCN 786. That's how you have a minion that's inside of their venue where they're living, able to stalk with activity, engaging in the same conduct what the state does with street lamps. Stalking with light activity using your venue where you live. Turning on the light, that's called light activity. And doing it with simultaneity, that's the demonic behavioral pattern. In the environment where directed light is present, you're engaging in P.O.C. That's not a coincidence, that's the system. That's P.O.C. And where you live is called a venue. License 8JIF032. Oh, all of this time. Let me document this venue. 323 Euclid Avenue. This third party used this venue to engage in crossing path with me under the fake sun that, while at that time it was right over me, we're at the Upland Unified School District and not over the Rancho Cucamonga Terra Vista Town Center or the bus stop right beside the plaza where I stood at Foothill and Foothill and Haven today. 731 VJ. And that third party using, and that was a white male, I believe, using a pickup truck parking at that venue. And I did not cross the street that day. I want to document that right now. And this is molestation. Let's get him. 6MER387. Pacing, because they're driving in opposite directions. This is pacing, demonic, and molestation, license 65109C2. And I want to document that. And you have what is also... this is a law office, and this is what I'm speaking to. It doesn't matter who you are. The fake son is over this venue. Brian Brandt, an attorney, he is engaged in federal stalking. And this law office, he's got a sign here that says he's an attorney. He's engaged in monitoring. And while I'm documenting third parties under the fake son across the street at the Upland Unified School District, this dude is in relevant position. Whoever this is, he should be on the California bar site. That's a criminal, readily identifiable, and able to be documented. All right, that third party facilitating venue. And let me give you the address. This venue is located at right next door to the minion of 323 Euclid Avenue. Brian Brandt, an attorney in relevant position under the fake sun, and right now his venue is in direct light, where I'm subject to molestation by the demon possessed. Understand, Brian Brandt inside of this venue is not an exception. He's a minion. I don't have to meet him. It's a state system. It's 309 Euclid Avenue, right at the bike trail. Where I'm standing over there, I'm getting license plate after license plate after license plate while I'm inside of the Upland Public Library and the state's keeping his fake son. He is in relevant position. That's a means of documentation. That's a means of identifying an actor, a third party. All right, that's P.O.C. Mr. Brian Brandt is a demon-possessed group stalker. The fake son is over his venue. Directed light is over his venue. State is stalking by law enforcement and helicopter activity while I'm at that venue. Okay? P.O.C. It is 9:12 p.m. That's train activity, by the way. All right, stalking in the path. That's what I took an image of. In front of what is the corner where the Magnolia's Tea Room is. This is where a group stalker is parked on the sidewalk, aiming headlights toward me. Okay, that's positioning. And doing so while I'm at the intersection, that's P.O.C. 7HRF 902. 7FJ680, I believe. And that is in anticipation of what is my standing at the remaining at the intersection and documenting license plates. Okay, I took a picture of that because that is speaking to what the entity engages in. That's terrorism. They engage in this everywhere you go, every little nook and cranny of a state. You go down a back alley, you go down any street, somebody is there aiming light. This is demonic, all right? This is stalking by the people. All right, 5VLD190, understand that's their demonic participation in what is the state's doing on a massive scale, stalking with a fake sun and stalking with directed light and molesting with light. That's what the people do. They stalk with light and they molest with light. It's demonic activity. 8HAC442, 8GFC389, 3805. I can't really see that one. It is, I'm at 9th Street, 9th and Euclid Avenue, where you already know this is P.O.C. I have documented them up and down and back again. And the state's fake sun was nowhere possible, ever, over 204 North Euclid at the 7-Eleven, all right? And that's how you know that's not the sun. You already know this is a scientific fact, but this is clearly not the sun. It could not coexist with my ongoing documentation of it being over 204 North Euclid. 559-3082. But not only that, you have what is the state keeping that fake sun over the 7-Eleven for it to merely move up the block north to remain over the Upland Public Library. You know this isn't the sun. But you're looking at what is the documentation. The state has kept its fake sun, that which is not the sun, in Rancho Cucamonga over my head at the Terra Vista Town Center today, 7BHM 423. All right, and then at the bus stop. And you're clearly seeing that's, it was clearly right there over me, and that is not coexistent with being over the 7-Eleven or remaining at the aforesaid properties as I documented this morning. You're not over the vehicle at 60. You're not over 60 North Front. That's impossible. You're clearly in Rancho Cucamonga. You're looking at the light activity as well. That's clearly where the state's fake sun was. PFC 7355. Whew, almost fell over. 8KDR511 6MQL383. BE52S11. All right, and this is how you know what all of them are doing. 8SVC094, I believe. But this is what I mean when I continue to repeat myself saying I've already established this. This is what I mean by that, because I have already established it. All right, and as I clarify it more and I'm showing you what are you looking at, what is it that you are witnessing, and let me break this down for you. Let me tell you what I told you. All right, you're talking about what is stalking with an environment. This is demonic activity, and the government is engaging in this conduct in concert with the people of the state. Why are you stalking with this environment, and specifically with light? Because they're monitoring with communication devices while they're practicing what is demonic activity. This demonic activity happened to be the three elements of criminal monitoring with communication devices. And the actual sun is not remaining central over my head and remaining over my head at a different place today, the Terra Vista Town Center in Rancho Cucamonga, off of Foothill and Haven. Remaining over the Panera Bread, very specific to where I was, over the part of the Panera Bread where I was sitting, right over. You saw that engineered light, 7L08702. The fake sun doesn't exist in isolation. It's also with the engineered light. You saw that engineered light? All right? And this is what the Upland Police, the demon-possessed actors, are so hostile to. All right, while I document them, and then I come back to Upland and you've got them engaging in a show of force. That's terrorism while they do that. 8EDP 178, 7DVM 241, 8TRN 812. Because while I go to Rancho Cucamonga and Fontana and I document that, you know exactly what I've already shown you in the city of Ontario and the city of Los Angeles. All right, in the city of San Bernardino, where I am showing you what is stalking with a light source at every single venue as I isolate it. That's what it is. Okay, it is 9:21 p.m. Those are the demons at the intersection of 9th and Euclid Avenue. Eight PGU 129. It's helicopter activity. I'm gonna take a picture of it. Right here, flying over where I'm located at the, I'm walking past the Western Christian High School, preschool, Upland campus, preschool 8th, Claremont campus. I'm at the intersection of the, yeah, it says high school building east. It's some sort of high school, some sort of mini high school. It's not a very big high school. This is A Street in Euclid. All right, on the opposite side of where the IHOP is. Usually I'm walking on that side of the street. I'm on the opposite side of where the IHOP is at 8th Street in Euclid. And understand what the state is doing. It's supplementing for the absence of presence over here. All right, so the state flies over in helicopter. The state is tracking me the entire time. It's present by helicopter. All right, it's supplementing, and that's ongoing documentation of what the people of the state of California are doing. They're stalking with that stalker in a helicopter. You got a demon-possessed stalker crossing the street in directed light. They're creating activity while the state is flying over by helicopter. Okay, while I'm crossing the street on this side where I don't see anybody, but you have group stalkers that engage in hiding around. You have what is the state maintaining presence. In other words, that's what I'm saying by helicopter. License. And it's on the opposite side of where the IHOP is, and I have three shadows in front of me. All right, it is 9:24 p.m. where the state is engaging in that act of terrorism, and there is no, and the entity knows that there's no question about what I'm documenting. No reasonable question. There is no reasonable question about what I'm documenting. This is called federal group stalking and monitoring. Monitoring is monitoring with communication devices. This is a government that is engaging in that criminal pattern of conduct, and the government is doing it in concert with the people of the state. And what is the compelling aspect is that this is a government practicing demonic activity. 8AYK312, 88MJ210. And they are doing this in the state of California, in the United States, practicing, first of all, demonic activity by government. Okay, this is ritualistic conduct, what they're engaging in. It's a very specific code of conduct. They act corporately. They're demons, and that's how they engage in that ongoing, seamless, complementary activity of maintenance and maintaining presence, maintaining audible activity, maintaining light activity, and or sensational activity. It is systematic. All right, not just because it's a government. It's because it's demonic. This is demonic activity underway. This is the ability to prosecute the demonic while they're engaging in criminal conduct. Because this demonic activity, it is centered on, technology, their communication devices. These demons, as I started documenting them, they were all fixated on their communication devices, their cell phones. And not only that, my communication devices were tampered with. So I knew it had something to do with my cell phone and my computers. I don't know why they're messing with that, but this is where it started from. And then you have what is the obsessive concern with their communication devices while they are following me around, okay, congregating around my apartment. This is how it starts. It's demonic. They're demons. And it is entirely demented. And this is what the government is revealing about itself. While I'm documenting the P.O.C., they're exhibiting their own demon possession. They are exhibiting the fact that they are psychopaths. because this is a system. It is revealing what is a closeted psychopath. This is mental disturbance. All right, this is an unbalanced. You're talking about the psychological mindset of one engaging in this. Demon possession is speaking to the state of mind. It's a disturbed state of mind. All right, regardless of if you're talking about one that is in this condition and they go to work every day, they might have been academically successful in life. They may have achieved great an income status. They may have purchased a home or got married and on the outside appears to be successful in life. Let me tell you something. That has nothing to do with what is their genuine condition, which you cannot see on somebody's face. You're not going to see it through their paycheck. That has nothing to do with it. Absolutely nothing. And look at where you are. I'm showing you what is the pattern of conduct in the state of California. And let me be clear. Everybody in California, this is what California is about. They are about the superficial. Let me be clear. This is full of the demon possessed. And these are psychopaths. All right. They are on the route straight to federal prosecution, but they're headed straight to hell. Okay, this is the reality, and this is what they are focused on in their vain lives. They're frauds. Okay, this is the demon possesses the reality, and you're witnessing this. You're talking about law enforcement engaging in this criminal system. They're frauds. All right, you're talking about the court system engaging in what I documented. They are frauds. Frauds in life. Literally, it's not funny. This is literally what it is speaking to. These are the conclusions that you draw from what is the direct evidence. All right, these are psychopaths in a very disturbed group, and this is the government. This is the people. All right, and it doesn't matter what your job is. It doesn't matter what your IQ is. Okay, demon possession is that which is operating over a person, and you don't see that physically, but I'm letting you know what you're able to deduce from that conduct. And that's not a bunch of coincidences occurring. The environment is letting you know what's wrong with them, not the house they live in. The environment is letting you know what, and the behavioral pattern, that the behavioral pattern is not a coincidence. You got somebody driving around in a nice brand new 2021 Jaguar, and guess what? They're stalking with audible activity. This is a psychopath driving a nice car under a fake sun, molesting someone, an American citizen, with directed light. That's what's going on in California. While they're driving a nice car, don't be deceived by that. That's what Satan does. That's what Satan looks like. Recognize the faces of Satan, okay? That's the P.O.C. And it's in California, it's in the United States. And that is the entity that just flew over me in a helicopter. Okay, a demon-possessed government actor stalking someone, listening to every word that I'm uttering, and I'm going to run this tape back and I'm going to prosecute that entity with that. It's terrorism. It is 9:29 p.m., 8 XEX 201, I believe, at the intersection of Euclid, and this should be not 7th Street. This would be Euclid Place and Euclid at the Chevron, where they're always monitoring when I'm on the opposite side of the street, and when I'm driving by, they're monitoring right now. Stalking at a gas stall. License 7HYA258 04726C3 8PXB 149. Group stalking at gas stall number 10 in a blue pickup truck and on camera. Making a purchase is proof of presence. 54521V1. P.O.C. That's the Chevron. It is 9:30 p.m. And I'm giving you the prime example. This is what I'm speaking to when I'm describing the very unfortunate missed priorities in life of Tracy Banks. She is a prime example. I was literally raised by a psychopath, a demon-possessed one, unbeknownst to me as an adult now, and aware of what it is that I'm looking at, what it is I'm encountering, and what I'm documenting, and what I'm prosecuting, and doing it unemotionally. I'm doing it clinically, treating just like every other third party. 00916N1. This just happens to be one whose name I know. And BG04Z57. That's a paper plate. Group stalking at the Arco at 8th Street and Euclid. License 6SML390. Redwood Private Security is monitoring. I can't see the PPO number on the back of that vehicle. Group stalking on the sidewalk while the state is selling helicopter activity. They're at the driveway of the ARCO, and they drive away before I get their license plate. This is directed light and helicopter activity. Ongoing confirmation of what everybody that I documented today and what they've been documented as. This is P.O.C. License 8DFEO015 is undoubtedly stalking with the state in directed light while the state is engaging in terrorism, flying over the intersection in a helicopter. License 75385B3, the same exact analysis. License 8GWR059 and 6SML390, group stalking at the ARCO with the helicopter. They were on the property of at the ARCO at 8th Street and Euclid while the state is flying over in helicopter, acting with the group stalker that was aiming their headlights at the driveway and then drives off before I can see their license plate. That's a psychopath, okay? License 447LDE 5UWT 283. It is currently, by the way, 9:33 p.m. Seven VVP 875. It is 9:37 p.m. Directed light fanning across the third-party facilitating venue of 359 Euclid Avenue. License plate 8GSK 693. Let's see. 7 RML 483. And I'm at the intersection, approaching the intersection of 7th Street and Euclid. 7YCF 666. All right, being molested while they are at the intersection of 7th Street and they're at the intersection turning onto Euclid from 7th. That's impossible light activity. License 6TID 416, directed light across their venue. 8WMV 667. It's 9:39 p.m. and I'm at the intersection of 7th and Euclid. $8JYZ172, but I can't really see that clearly. License 8SEK964 are walking behind me in directed light, driving past in directed light, sitting at the stoplight being a predator in directed light. 7TTV249. License, let's see, 8TSE340. It is currently, by the way, 9:40 p.m. All right, just stopping in the street for no reason. All right, that creates light activity, and that is a commercial vehicle. It says AAA. Yeah, that's AAA. And as I walk forward to look at the license plate, directed light molesting me behind. 19812W2. That's AAA. Pacing in the middle of the street in directed light, creates light activity while they make a U-turn, and I am molested with directed light still while I walk forward to get that license plate. Okay, and this is just a large panel of light just molesting all over my body. Okay, just appearing out of nowhere. Those are not headlights. And it never is. It's the state's directed light. The stalker that is tracking me in a helicopter right now. Okay? It's P.O.C. That's AAA. I'm at 7th Street in Euclid. (8YBY 911), I believe. That's a Honda Accord. (69003P1). (8HCE 979), (7CHU 744), (7NCU 545). It's 9:42 p.m. 8RGH 180, 8DSN 668, 8RLB 853. Seven XDE 739. All right, I'm taking an image of what is stalking with light. They're on the 10 freeway using their peculiarized light. That's the hazards in alignment to where I'm at on the bridge. That's stalking with light. That's a demon. All right, and they're in the environment. That's the pattern of conduct. All right, this is the state system, and this is demonic activity that they're practicing, and they are literally on the freeway engaging in criminal facilitation. Any demon that I'm documenting up here is acting in concert with that demon that's down there. They're not getting away with anything, not avoiding any documentation. Matter of fact, 6LVO177 engaging in that terrorism. 6XXF335 molesting me while engaging in that terrorism and stalking. License 3133226F, that's a paper plate. All right, and that's on the 10 freeway. I'm up here on the bridge. That's the pattern of conduct. That's how broad the system is. That's not a coincidence, not an ongoing recurring coincidence. It's called a pattern of conduct. 17996P2. It's 9:45 p.m. 7YQU 727. License 5ZYX522. (8J) or 8, I can't really see that one. 0826, I can't really see that one. License 5PDC284, I believe. 5PDC894. CU371 handicap. 7MYD320. 7PYG669. 8RXTO17. 8PNW661. 8DSR980. FURSHOP. BT70A75 paper, and they're monitoring with that demon that's on the side of the 10 freeway using hazard lights, okay? That's called criminal facilitation. It's demonic. They're in the environment. All right, POC. 6XYW685. 7CVE312. 7XGD429, I believe. 6XJP212. 8KCR389. 8WYA 096, and they're all molesting. They're not only molesting because this is directed light. My shadow is surrounding me. I've shown you this already. They're stalking with the state that's tracking with a helicopter. 7XFE511. They're monitoring with communication devices, interstate commerce. They're monitoring on the venue of the internet, interstate commerce. They're monitoring on the roads and the highways as I'm getting them off the freeway. interstate commerce. That's 18 U.S.C. 2261. A subsections 1 and 2. CJP 8613, I believe. That's Arizona. 7X. All right, I think I read that one. Let's see. License 04739B3. 23258Y2. 8WY8096. 8KCR389. 8WZF786. APQW098, 7XEF511, 5PVC343, 7ZYK244, 8FWC743, 6TXU, I can't really see the rest of that one, 8VUW093, 45356C2, BP09404, I believe, paper, 8JJV430, all of them molesting and all of them in directed light. They're all stalkers. All of them. License 7DRZ390. In case I didn't read that one, I think I did. Might have. 5XTU859. 8ETM487. 8YHB975. 8ZAR716. All right? And you see how the government just maintains presence, one demon after another. Plenty of demons in California to maintain vicarious presence on behalf of the state. And you're going to prosecute that because that's also terrorism while you've got plenty of demons to maintain vicarious presence. You're going to prosecute the state for that. License 8JJU538. That's audible activity in directed light while they're molesting. License 8ZAR716. 8JJU, I think I read that one. 8CYH287. 6RWT060. 6ZGT184. 7XOW239. 7JLG276. 8EQJ734, 6XAF187. It's 9:49 p.m. There we go. Eight RZX295, 7GNF985, directed light. License 6KAV676. They're all demons, and that's not funny, but I find it pathetic, all right? And I take pleasure in identifying it and making it known to everyone. That needs to be known. Satan's secrets are no secrets anymore. 5WSP498. And they need to be known as the psychopaths they are. And let me be clear, there are many implications and dangers posed by demon-possessed psychopaths and sex offenders that are not known and identified as such. It needs to be known. 8AA148. 8KAV676, 8WNZ091. All right, 8MLB648, 7UZJ293, 8FKA237, 7HCB234. To wit, engaging in kidnapping and engaging in criminal defamation of one who is kidnapped subject to this system, all right? A third part, an ordinary target individual subject to kidnapping right now, 7LJU764, 8THH530, 5XRH660, that this entity did that to, and they remain kidnapped right now, all right? Under some criminally defaming purpose, because the state engaging in locking you up, trying to depict you falsely as being some schizophrenic while the state is operating this system. This is why it needs to be known what's wrong with them. That's a very prime example, okay? Those who do not need to be in law enforcement, who do not need to be in the medical profession, 7HDD060. There are many reasons why it needs to be known what is demon possession, how it is irrelevant to what it is that you do or how you want to look on the outside, because that's how Satan hides himself. It ain't got nothing to do with how much money you make. 8FDH008. And let me be clear, Satan typically is making pretty good, especially in California. All right, so let me be clear. They're driving nice cars. That has nothing to do. They're in a nice car in relevant position, stalking with audible and light activity. They're psychopaths. They're sex offenders. And how much do you really like your life when you're doing that? You couldn't like your life that much. 7UBB331, 8NKF230. You don't. You're talking about a psychopath. A psychopath who is fixated on someone else. Okay, they're concerned about what I'm doing, including in the bathroom. They're concerned about what I'm doing while they're driving a nice car. There ain't nothing impressive about that. They're psychopaths. They're sex offenders. They're perverts. License 4XUT780, 8JJC946, 8DZC652, 8RHE680, 7MTK487. That's AAA, the same one, 1981 W2, I believe. I read it correctly the first time when we made a U-turn in the middle of the street. It is currently, by the way, 9:52 p.m. All right, molesting, 7MTK487. Well, they are all molesting, but I'm crossing the street, they're molesting. 8WGB410, 5LUD166. Remember, they're in the environment. This is not just crossing the street, and you're going to prosecute for every method of touching. They're predators that are waiting around every corner in bathrooms as well. Predators. License 7PGW582, 6TLA 476, 8M40664, 8VGN418. I think I read that one already. 8CLR948, 8GVE127, BK90033, Operation and Communication Device and Directed Light. This demon-possessed stalker got 3 shadows while he's walking next to me in directed light. That's a stalker, okay? And that's a demon-possessed one. Intentionally walking around me in that environment, intentionally driving around me in that environment. That's why the environment is here. This is the demon possession of the people of the state. ATQL402 is a demon-possessed stalker. You need to know that. 8VR, hold on. 8WBX448, 8VIM643, demon-possessed stalkers. And that needs to be known. License. It's 9:54 p.m. Stalking somebody in the middle of the night. Molesting somebody in the middle of the night and doing it with a government. All right, this is going to be something that you don't want to be identified with, especially when all their secrets are put on display and put in court. Let's see, license. 69KW, that's a handicap plate. That's audible activity and directed light while these demons are stalking in relevant position at the light. They're monitoring. AAA is crossing path again. Oh, that's Golden Bear. Sorry, Golden Bear towing 08932C3. It's got a AAA emblem on it, but it's Golden Bear towing. The other one was a AAA vehicle. See, license plates. 6EQD170, 8AMJ926. It's 9:55 p.m. This is the same entity that likes to molest all night long, stalking, driving by a vehicle where their headlights are not horizontally shooting inside of the window of a vehicle. All right, that is covered, the front and back. All right, they're sex offenders. Understand the fact that they are demon-possessed stalkers. This needs to be publicized. This is the dual purpose in prosecuting a public entity. This is the dual purpose. California is not the place to be. 6VYJ736. And you don't want to be like the people in California. 8EWB215, 6ABP730, 7REW315. It is 9:56 p.m. And let me be clear, the state hasn't gone anywhere with its helicopter. 8NGL374 is tracking me, just like the state is tracking me with a helicopter. That's why this directed light is here as well. Helicopter doesn't go on anywhere. They are stalkers. Okay? License. $8MWP797. 7UEL889. 8SDZ618. 7VVF822. It's 9:57 p.m. 8WWU709. Alrighty, at 6th Street in Euclid. This is license 7E55108. It's 10 p.m. on the dot. 7VCA667. 8GPZ547. 6Z, I can't really see that one. 6YJK069. 8TNK, I can't really see that one. I want to say 335, but you can scratch that. I can't see it that clearly. It's so funny. They want to speed by real quick because they want to cross path. I was trying to save a podcast. You have them beginning to speed up so they can cross the path. That's what they're doing. They're monitoring. And they're demons that know what I'm doing on my phone. And they're speeding by so I can't see their license plate, but they also want to hurry up and cross path. 8SSB397, molesting. License. $7NHB250. I can't really see that one. At Armsley and Euclid Avenue. At 10:04 p.m. All right, directed light 8ROF116 7XCD867 at 1405 Euclid Avenue. The state is molesting me with directed light, aiming directed light all over this third-party facilitating venue, flying over by a commercial airline plane and amplifying that audible activity, while also a group stalker comes out of the blue riding their bike in that directed light crossing path while I'm operating my phone, okay? That's P.O.C. And this is directed light on that venue. The state is aiming directed light where you live because you are monitoring. You are of the same demon possession. This is P.O.C. that is systematically underway. Headlights are not fanning across the property of 1405 or any of them. They're driving straight down the street. In the same way that headlights are not aiming horizontally inside of the windows while they're driving straight past the vehicle at 630 North Fern. That's the state's directed light, and it is concerted with their stalking presence. That is the people of the state who are demon possessed. That is 10:05 p.m. at the intersection of Bonnie Bray and Euclid Avenue. Bonnie Bray Court. Okay, this is P.O.C. 7KWG271. Oh, 7KWG217, excuse me, maybe. It's 10:13 p.m. and I'm at 5th Street and Euclid. ATAN 565. FURYR7ADZ644. AMR. Let me say, there's 1, 2, 3 shadows around me while they're crossing path. License 8SGL313. 3 of my shadows, okay, and including appearing across the street on the one-way sign. That's directed light, while this demon comes behind 7LKC274. 8WAM139. Their headlights are not shooting my shadow across the street on that sign. All right, that's directed light, and that's the same conduct that I documented in front of those demons that are the Upland Police. Those are not headlights while they are entering the parking lot. That's directed light, while the people of the state are in the path in concert, molesting. All right, but those aren't ordinary headlights that are creating my upright shadow. And you also saw my shadow in front of me. That was demon possession by the Upland Police. That is the ongoing template for how you will prosecute what is terrorism by state actors who are already engaged in terrorism while they're engaging in federal stalking, representing law enforcement. That is a prime example. And also, while I'm speaking about it, let me show what you see in that video, the flashlight conduct. That is the outward demonstration of a demon. Okay, I said that before, but let me break that down. You're talking about what is the creation of light activity. These demons and this center focus on light while they are monitoring with communication devices, but this center activity with light, what these psychopaths want to do, they want to run around in circles in light. They want to pace back and forth. And understand, in a reality where there was no documentation, where the target individual is just, forsaken, okay, has no. And I really empathize for that target individual, and that's what this legislation is going to cure. But you're talking about, this is the reality of what the demons are actually doing when there is, in the reality, when there's no fear of it being known, when there's no fear of it being exposed, when they think they're getting away with it. In other words, the real crazy is shown, okay? But let me be clear, when they try to sit around and act like they're normal, you see the crazy too, because you're talking about what's absolutely abnormal. You know the environment, you know the behavioral pattern, you know the conduct of stalking. This is ongoing, and you're looking at what is a psychopath while they're trying to act or outwardly conduct. That shows you the impermissible threat. This is a psychopath. All right, that is knowledge too, specific knowledge. That's malice. All right, and that's what the people engage in uniformly. That's showing the crazy too. They don't have any form, and there is no normalcy to this. Then they can't even act. You can't even act like it. But let me be clear: the demon possession, that conduct, they would do that, and that they have done that. All right, when there was no concern about documentation, just acting a fool, showing the real demented conduct, the psychopath that is absolutely mentally disturbed, engaging in this weird conduct in their light. All right, and so what Upland Police are doing they're not just holding a flashlight. First of all, look at what they're doing. They have what are third parties. They're in the environment. You're in directed light. You're stalking with the state. You're stalking directly. This is law enforcement. This is the state acting directly in concert with the people. This is public corruption that you're witnessing in this video. While they have them handcuffed, so they have this is supposed to be their outward presentation for why they're there, for what they're focused on, for what they're doing. All right, this is the form. They don't have any form, but this is what they are relying on. This is what the demons do, and this is how law enforcement is stalking. All right, this is how law enforcement engages in group stalking. But I'm looking at what you're looking at in this video is their demons engaging in this is demonic activity. What they're doing with this flashlight, moving the flashlight around, he's doing it as he's outwardly looking like he's searching their stuff, right? He starts, when I am behind them, I'm showing you what are my four legs, all right? Double shadows, also how you know those aren't headlights. All right, those are the demon possessed stalking all around. They're covering all around me, monitoring with the Upland Police while I'm in that parking lot. My shadow was in front of me. My shadow was upright, far away from me on that wall. That's not headlights. And also, headlights do not cause me to have four legs. I was born with two legs, okay, not four. And those are that's the state's engineered light, and they are molesting altogether. And you have what is this conduct with this flashlight? This is creation of light activity, and this is a demon, and they engage in this light conduct, just moving light all around, engaging in molesting with light and aiming it on me, which is exactly what he did. All right, while I was, and what was I doing while he did that? I was showing you what was my shadows on the wall. That was a show of hostility. The demon possessed of the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department would engage in the exact same conduct. Okay, first of all, I was kidnapped. Second of all, there was no real case, okay? Kidnapping is based on the fact that you don't have probable cause or reasonable suspicion. You're monitoring, you know everything I'm saying, I'm doing, you know everywhere I am. And not only that, this economic situation that I'm at is directly precipitating from the criminal conduct of the people of the state and the government that's monitoring. And that threat that becomes very potent once you become aware of it, and the government increasing in that hostility and that aggression. Okay, this is directly precipitating from that. All right, the inability to go to LA and pick up with my life and continue to practice law because the government was engaging in this stalking system and doing it via law enforcement. And this is becoming more and more prominent. And I started documenting it. That's a direct threat to my life. Okay, and you cannot just continue going when they're stalking you at work. And that's exactly what they're doing. All right, so you have what is, first of all, being kidnapped. Second of all, there is no real genuine case. All right. First of all, and when you're being kidnapped, also, you don't have a real case. But this was literally a made up case. They made up names. They made up information. They made up hearings. They just made it up. OK, and just tried to just have me just dissolve into the system. All right. Under some, and this was the section of law, Penal Code 1370. All right. Trying to literally mechanically engineer a case under Penal Code 1370 that I have some mental illness when there wasn't even, it wasn't even, it was a fake case from the outset. So you kidnap and then you're just trying to, well, we're going to kidnap her and then we're just going to say she's mentally ill and then we're going to put her in the mental ward. That is literally what they did. That's what they tried to do. Okay. And you have what is, the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, this is demon possession. They would engage in the same exact conduct. First of all, the state's directed light was inside of that venue. Those demons, the inmates, the people of the state, the deputies, the medical workers, they all had triple and quadruple shadows. And I mean that. While they would walk around acting like they're going about their business, tending to the inmates, all right, the medical professionals, the nurses, and they all had like I'm not going to say like 4, I'm going to be precise. They had 4 shadows. They were in directed light. These were demons that were in their element. All right. And showing the fact that they are absolutely demented psychopaths who had those jobs and those titles facilitating kidnapping in concert. It was a facilitation to keep me kidnapped while, again, this is obstruction of justice by the state trying to kidnap me and stop me from documenting and prosecuting. That's why they engaged in kidnapping and trying to piecemeal a PC 1370 case. From the Ontario Police to the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department to the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. All right. And you have what is the Sheriff's Department would engage in stalking in the jail. And by stalking, I mean that they would hide around inside of the jails, the cells, the units. All right, because you've got different cells, but they've got different areas of the jails or whatever. So they would hide around in the units. They would hide outside of the units because they were able to stalk with activity, just like the people. I've documented the people, how they come out of nowhere. That's what the deputies would be doing. They're demons. They will come out of nowhere. All right, the state is amplifying everything. Everything's super duper loud, but not when they're trying to be sneaky and come up out of nowhere. And they would do that often, stalking with audible activity. The state is amplifying activity inside of that jail, inside of my cell. All right. The state would engage in molesting me with flashlights. All right. And then use it as not only as a method of harassment, because I refused to talk with the medical workers. I was like, first of all, this isn't even a real case. OK, I know the law and I know my rights. And so I'm like, I'm not talking to no medical worker to try to help them substantiate the information that they were literally making up. So I didn't never go and talk to any nurse. No, I'm not going to talk to anybody. I never talked to them ever. OK, and I'm not going to now. You're going to kidnap me. Then you're going to keep me kidnapped. And it's going to be documented on cameras that you kept me, and all the information that you're engineering is going to be in conflict with what I'm documenting on the cameras day in and day out. All right. And that's exactly what I did. I documented them engaging in kidnapping me and everything that I displayed on their cameras, including the fact that they were sexually molesting me with flashlights in directed light. This is demonic activity. They would engage in banging the cell doors. This is audible activity. And then they would molest me with light with their flashlights. And this is not just ordinary. Oh, I'm just there's something ritualistic about it. What these demon-possessed actors are doing with this combination of light and noise and presence. All right. And this is what the deputies would do. That's exactly what he was doing today, the Upland police officer, while I was showing you what was directed light, my 4 legs on the wall, upright, at a distance, far away from me. All right. I'm in the street. It's showing up on the wall of the Vaughn's grocery store, way far away from me. OK. And you have what is, while I'm doing that, he's focused on me. That's why he turns around and molests me repeatedly with a flashlight. OK. I'm not even talking to them anymore. I'm showing you what's the light activity, letting you know what those demons are doing. All right. Doing it with the third parties that are handcuffed. They're demons that are handcuffed. They're cooperatively acting together. outwardly looking like they're on different sides of the fence, right? The police engaging in their job against third parties. They're demons that are monitoring together. They're engaging in demonic activity together. And that molestation with that light, this was an ongoing method of molestation while I was kidnapped by the sheriff's department. They would come to my cell, bang on the cell door, molest me with light, and they would do it every day. They would do it in the middle of the night. They would walk past my cell door and molest with light. It was the most bizarre, and it's terrorizing, okay? Because you're kidnapped. And I can empathize with the ordinary target individual. It is that which you're thinking, and they would wake you up. It is something that you don't even need to do. First of all, there's light in the cells. They don't have any form for doing it. And what I mean is, there's nothing that they are doing where you could try to make it look normal. Oh, no, there's light in the cells. There's light in the units. So they're claiming that, I'm not going to say they're claiming. They would walk around and do their rounds. They would do their rounds based on what I was doing. Okay. Because they would use their rounds as a method of stalking with activity. You're understanding the same template. This is what the demon-possessed sheriff's department was doing in the jail. All right. So while this Upland police officer was molesting with light, it is the same exact conduct of what is the demonic conduct of the sheriff's department, and it rings true for exactly what they were doing. You're witnessing a demon who is hostile, okay? And I was subject to that sort of molestation with light, in directed light, because directed light was present inside of the jail. This director that I show you while I'm outside, and I've got 2 and 3 shadows all around, like I've shown you at the museum, I had a line of shadows. I had 6 shadows. I showed you this. That is the light activity that was inside of the sheriff's department. That's directed light, okay? It's a demonic environment. Those are the demon possessed that are present inside of that jail. The inmates, the medical workers, and the deputies, all alike, all of them. Okay, and they would engage in molestation routinely to harass me, while they would beat on the jail door, while they would come and harass me because I would not talk to medical workers, which I do not have to. They would engage in this conduct in concert with this flashlight conduct, and they would do it on a routine basis. More than one deputy, it's like, this is something that they would, it's ritualistic. There's something about what they were doing. And it's not only is it, it's a method of touching. Yes, it's sexual violence. I've analyzed that. But I'm speaking about the demonic aspect. There was a desire on the part of these demon-possessed sheriff department actors to engage in repeated touching with this method of light. This is what he was doing. I want to point that out. It's a demonstration of demon possession, and it is a very vivid one. Okay, and it has been repeated so many times. It is not merely the fact that this is law enforcement and they use flashlights. This is not what that is. It is demonic. Okay, it is demonic at its core. Touching with light. This is the pattern of conduct that I'm showing you, and I'm showing you this is a method that they employ specifically with regard to this desire to repeatedly touch all over the place. And you're going to prosecute that because the state is a sex offender. All right, they have a problem with touching, and they do it with this engineered light. And this is something I just wanted to point to. What the Upland police officer did on video, which is evidence of what is sexually molesting me while you are terrorizing and engaging in federal stalking and criminal facilitation of that criminal conduct with the people. That is exactly what the deputies would do inside of the sheriff's department in the exact same environment, in directed light. In directed light, okay? Engaging in terrorism and sexual violence and using flashlights. And let me be clear, their flashlights were formed for what was directed light because their flashlights were so extraordinarily powerful. And it was actually the state that was aiming directed light. And let me be clear, this is demonic, okay? It's absolutely demonic. The state was engaging in this flashing of light, this light I show you while these demons drive by during the day. The state was doing that sort of light activity inside of the cell. That's not coming from your flashlight. All right. And then you'll have the demons that would run by the cell and try to, obviate my documentation because they knew that I was writing. They knew I was documenting. This is the demon possessed. All right. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that up since I was speaking to not only the documentation where I was at 5th Street, but also the documentation of the Upland Police and that conduct, which is exactly the same conduct of the demon-possessed San Bernardino Sheriff's Department in the exact same environment, okay? They had multiple shadows. That was directed light. They were stalking in the path. The state's environment is there. You are stalking while you are at the jail and engaging in kidnapping. All right, that's how all that's going to be analyzed. You are stalking. The state's environment was present inside of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department while they were kidnapping me. Okay, and that's the reality. So anyway, it's 10:30 p.m. and I have just crossed the street at I Street, I as in Igloo, and Euclid Avenue. P.O.C. 7YBT 605. Touching while they're stalking. It is 10:33 p.m. I'm at H as in Henry, H Street and Euclid Avenue. 4HGT 238. And they will be on the cameras of the Bank of America. They're stalking in the path, maintaining light in front of me, pulling off before I approach. And the state is sounding plane engines as well. It's 10:34 p.m. The Bank of America that's at G Street and Euclid, in between H and G. That's a very common means of them stalking in the path, by the way. Right here, but going to any sort of venue is a means of stalking in the path. They're just like looking like I'm going to go buy something while I'm maintaining presence in relevant position using my communication device to engage in federal stalking. Going to the bank is an excellent way to document yourself, and that's what they do. That receipt is going to be proof of presence, and it is in no way any alibi. Why you have directed light, that has nothing to do with however much money you're taking out the bank. You're stalking in the path. You are present on behalf of a government, whether you want to claim to know that or not. It doesn't matter. That's how the government is monitoring, and the environment is present. And it's a malicious system. That's P.O.C. And it's demonic activity. It is 10:35 p.m. 8NYG 387. Excuse me, 8NYG 387. And 5ATW 925, I believe. Okay, it's 10:36 p.m. All right, I want to document the facilitating venue of what is, let's see, what's the address here? It's right next to the Bank of America, slamming a gate. The American Inn, they're monitoring. And there's a venue right next to it. The state's fixed sun is over it during the day. Directed light is on it right now. And they're acting in concert with a group stalker that enters the property of American Inn, molests with light, and then a demon slams a gate at the same time. That's a combination of light and noise. It's demonic activity, and they're acting together. Okay? Demons surround. And this is 747. That's what it looks like. 747 or 947. I'm going to take a picture of it. This is a venue. And American Inn is a venue at H Street. H is in Henry and Euclid. Mm-hmm. 70WG170 8XGG685. It is 10:44 p.m. And I'm taking a picture of what are two shadows. This is directed light. That's documentation of what is molestation while I'm standing on a random place, right? I'm on the sidewalk outside of the property where they're molesting with light and stalking with activity, engaging in demonic activity while they're molesting together. And I'm also being molested with directed light. I took a picture of what is my shadow, two of them in front of me, all right? It's 10:45 p.m. and that's P.O.C. Buying a room at American Inn, I was supposed to say Economy Inn, at American Inn right now is not forum. All right, this is license plate, making a U-turn to molest, 8CTV 026. It's P.O.C. I believe that is 7KM 380, molesting with light. And they're doing that by making a U-turn, just like the Upland police were, just like they were at the while I was at the Chase Bank molesting. License. see. It's a paper plate. 6RBT 762. It's 1048. 7GXP 560. That is audible activity. The state stalking by a plane in direct light. That's P.O.C. Speaking to what the people are doing. Okay, they're monitoring. 429. I can't really see that one. The last characters were 8V1, but I didn't see the rest of the characters. Oh, it's a paper plate. I can't see that one either. Plane activity, license plate, 7DAV 443, 607 54C3 7YLN 63, I believe. It is 10:52 p.m. Flying directly over Euclid, right here over the Bank of America. License plate 8JJG 448. I can't really see that one. It is 10:52. That's audible activity. All right, here is license plate 8NQG 939. 7YGC 274. 6VWW 426. All right, this is Stalking with the State. License BJ79. Oh, 8UZU 579. That's the back plate, paper plate on the front. And that's amplification. There's not even a plane that's visible. It's flying at a very high elevation. It's a blinking plane. That's amplification. That's the state playing a tape of the sound of a plane while the demon possessed are stalking and molesting. Five PSG 277, I believe. 6CAV 993. Or 6CVA 993. 6NFR. I can't see the rest of that one. $4896-4U2. Documentation ongoing at Bank of America. The license plate already read of a Toyota Camry. They're on camera at the Bank of America. WWP 675. HXP. I can't really see that one. Uh, 6ETP 200, I believe. see the rest of that license plate. It is 10:58 p.m. License 7SMW344. Is patrolling, drives down the street and makes a U-turn to drive the other way, engaging in patrolling. Let's see, 6XGX146, I believe. And that is monitoring with Union Pacific. That's a train that you're not going to be able to hear at American Inn. All right? That's audible activity creation, the same as the state amplifying plane activity, while the people are stalking in the environment. Uh, 8XDW262. B3 7GSF 549. It is 11:01 p.m. 8NED 701 5LHV 320. Group stalking in the parking lot, the plaza that is closed down, where the Pizza Hut and the Rite Aid is. They're maintaining presence on the path, and that's inside of that plaza. At G Street and Euclid in Ontario. License plate, the one stalking in the plaza. This is license plate. Let's see. The 92437E3. Alright, and I believe I already read that license plate where they cross path on Euclid, maintaining presence in the path inside of that plaza. Pizza Hut, the Deza Agency Insurance, the Tasty Donuts, the Tortas Ahogadas, the Smoke Shop, the Cleaners, the Blink 182 Fitness, the Kids Empire, the Rite Aid. They're all closed. It's 11:05 p.m. And I am still being molested indirectly. You're in the environment, even if they're open, but I'm just speaking to what is stalking in the path. 20806Y2. 7RJE249. Let's see, 3XWK833, I believe. Can't really see that. That's an old Toyota Camry. They're monitoring at 636 North Vine. That's a 7-Eleven, stalking in the path, parked on the sidewalk with the headlights toward me, using that venue as stalking presence in relevant position. Alrighty, and then hopping out of their car to go make a purchase. That's no form. They're stalking. It is currently 11:07 p.m. Let's get this license plate of this group stalker. License 7YOU418. 8ERE 676. 7SEN 160. 8TED 378. 521YY, I believe. That's a handicap. All right, monitoring at 711 636 North Vine, molesting with light while I'm standing across the street on the sidewalk in front of Woodside Senior Apartments. Alrighty, it is 11:10 p.m. They're on the cameras on that property as well. The shadow of this vehicle that is driving by is reaching across the street. Before they reach across the street, they're driving in directed light and touching with light. 3XWD331. This is the same one that crossed path while I was walking down the street, now entering inside of Woodside Senior. In directed light. It's 11:11 p.m. All right, capturing what is not only on the cameras of 7-Eleven, but this is what is molestation, and this demon-possessed stalker is stalking in the path, and her headlights are used as the form for what is a substantial directed light. My shadow in front of me as I cross the street to come and get this license plate. She holds her trunk open while she's emptying out whatever. I'm going to get her license plate. This is molestation by the entity as well while they're stalking in the path. And she's also in directed light. I've shown you the parking lot at 7-Eleven and 636 North Vine. This is P.O.C. And this is a demon that is touching. All right, and let me clarify. This is the directed light while they are parked diagonally in the parking spot. Their headlights are a mean of molestation while I am across the street on the sidewalk in front of Woodside Senior from 636 North Vine. And this is occurring on the property of 636 North Vine, 7-Eleven. That's called a venue. You've got a demon-possessed stalker that's just walking around in directed light, monitoring together. They don't have to talk. They're demons. They're monitoring together. Shadows in front of him, shadow to the side of him, swiping over with his magnified size of a shadow while he's walking in the parking lot. All right, that is license plate BT57U78. That's a paper plate on a Jeep, a silver Jeep. It's P.O.C. It's 11:16 p.m. All right, I did take images of what is molestation and with substantial directed light while the people act in concert. That's what that is. And I also took pictures of what is the trajectory of that directed light spanning across the street to Woodside Senior. And again, while I'm on that side of Woodside Senior, I'm being molested while they are across the street at 7-Eleven. Those are not their headlights. And then as I walk across the street, like I said, the magnified size of my shadow is appearing at a distance on the side of the 7-Eleven building. Tracy Banks is engaged in that molestation as well. It is 11:18 p.m. WOOBY or WOODBY. That's a white Camry, I believe. It's 11:23 p.m. Stalking with peculiarized light with a state that's flying over an airplane while I am being molested with directed light. at third-party facilitating venue Starbucks at 570 North Euclid. Or, I'm sorry, 507 North Euclid. Monitoring at the ARCO at 434 North Euclid. And this third party using this commercial vehicle as a means of creating substantial audible activity, crashing, banging, and directed light, okay? License 130, I can't really see the back, but it's got a little letters HV and then 130, I can't see the rest of it though. Golden State Foods Foundation, delivering to Starbucks in relevant position in directed light, creating substantial light activity, 3 shadows in front of me magnified in size. This is EV0 emissions, QCD. It says MC181461, US.306891, Montana, California. The license plate, that's quality custom distribution. License plate 9G41013. That's 434 North Euclid. That's ARCO engaging in P.O.C. They're stalking with peculiarized light. A truck over there and a truck right here in front of the Starbucks. They're in directed light. This is P.O.C. License 8WEE236 is group stalking at the stoplight, monitoring with that creation of light activity with commercial actors. All right, so understand the methods of stalking with flashing light. 434 North Euclid Avenue, I documented that as a facilitating venue where they had their the lights flickering on and off. That is another method of using your hazard lights on the vehicle. It is the same facilitation at that facilitating venue. Sounding the sirens, 6TBR285, sounding the beeping of that truck as I walk forward. Simultaneity of conduct, this is a demon using a commercial vehicle. All right, to stalk with audible activity. They are both in directed light, creating flashing light using the hazards on those trucks. Demons engaging in the outward form of that they're doing something while they're engaging in what is demonic activity and facilitating conduct on behalf of the government, okay? These are the venues that are documented already. 434 North Euclid Avenue, the ARCO, where the fake sun is over that during the day. 507 North Euclid Starbucks, where the fake sun is over that venue during the day. This is P.O.C., okay? It is 11:30 p.m. 5GGL 513. And again, while I'm walking down the street, the state is providing audible activity as well, flying directly over the streets. I'm flying directly over the street, flying over the Starbucks in front of me as I'm approaching the Starbucks. And these group stalkers are on the ground in their commercial vehicles creating flashing light. All right, meeting at the intersection of D Street and Euclid. 6XX081, substantially similar. That's a white, I want to say a Suburban. All right, directed light across the U.S. Bank. That's absolutely impossible light activity while you're sitting stationary at the stoplight. License plate 8GPZ 747. That's the CERT, a security vehicle, and I already documented that vehicle, the crossing path again, and then directed light is across Gloria's Cochina while they're driving by in the dark. All right, that's the directed light during the day I'm showing you. That's directed light across that building at night. P.O.C. and using a CERT vehicle, that's a commercial means of engaging in that stalking behavioral pattern. That's no form whatsoever. That's straight up demonic activity, identifying that actor in that vehicle, period. Crossing path again, here you go. 8GPZ 547, yeah, that's the correct license plate. Just patrolling, makes a turn, drives by at Gloria's Cochinas, makes a U-turn at what would be Laurel to cross path, come back up to Euclid Avenue and drive past again. UVP 729, 7HXA 841, 7JMT 716, I believe. I'm at C Street, C as in Charlie, and Euclid Avenue. All right, this is a demon crossing path with a grocery cart in directed light. Go ahead, sing. Don't let me stop you. That's P.O.C. 6SZG 580, 6TQR 598, 6NQH 868. The light coming on and off in front of the Euclid Family Dentistry at 211 Euclid Avenue. All right, I'm sure that dentist is not in their office. Well, actually, I'm not sure. I'm reading license plates on the sidewalk in front of them, but the light is turning on and off. That's light activity. License 4KGX672, but it is 11:35. That's my point. And turning the light on the sidewalk on and off, that's the pattern of conduct. And usually you don't have that light activity at a dentist office on the sidewalk or any sort of venue, really. It's not a malfunction, though. This is a pattern. 7CWT844. And by the way, that's the same venue where the state's fake sun is over it during the day in Ontario. I documented this entire city very heavily, especially this area right here. Holt Boulevard. State documented engaging in keeping its fake sun on Holt Boulevard and Euclid Avenue. All over me, over my head, all day long. The sun is never going to be over my head at the Terra Vista Town Center, like I captured it, and at the bus stop on Vineyard and Foothill. I'm sorry, not Vineyard and Foothill, excuse me, Haven and Foothill. All right, that was P.O.C. that I documented, and that was P.O.C. that I documented again today. QAYEM12. See, 5UMM876. At Holt Boulevard, I'm crossing the street at Holt Boulevard and Euclid Avenue. 8NRP760. Alright, license 7VEB147 8G. Alright, I'll get this one. Alright, these are predators at the intersection of Holt and Euclid. Waiting to touch. I've heavily documented the demons in Ontario at this very intersection. Another episode of demons showing their true colors. That was quite a show of documentation. I have very heavily to be used and relied upon, not only to prosecute but to analyze. 7VEB147, 8GG368, 6WZC281, while they're molesting, that demon creating audible activity. All right, and they're all touching with what is engineered light, and directed light is across the brick wall where I've shown you behind me at the intersection of Euclid and Holt. And that's amplified audible activity. You have light activity creation by the venue across the street. On the opposite side of transit, on the opposite side of the street, not the transit by the 150 East Holt building, the health building. On the opposite side of transit, flickering lights on that venue. That's light activity. That serves the purpose of ongoing systematic monitoring while they are patrolling in relevant position. And that is also the demonic environment. 7ZSG912, I believe. Let's see. It is currently, by the way, 11:42 p.m.